Hello, friends. How are you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream of the same old mess we've been covering for the last, well, I, I can actually say it this way for at least since last year. Sounds crazy to say, but at least within, a few weeks into this new year. And, it's pretty much the same conversation that we've had, looking at the same nonsense because I like highlighting nonsense. I like, getting away from uh the normal banter, the back and forth. Some of the videos that you guys were able to see over the last several months, where either we were specifically highlighting anything dealing with any Latins that wanted to say anything about Black Americans, any Africans, any cosplayers directly out there, and many other folks that wanted to speak negatively about Black Americans. So, like I said before, I like to give things a little bit of a rest. Also, shout out to the few folks directly out there who took the initiative to look at um, the video I posted last night. It was about roughly like 9 hours ago. I posted a video. I actually didn't expect for as many people to show up to that video as they did. So shout out to all of those folks who pulled up to the scene. Also, before we get started, Gail was like, says she on the roll. It be like that, Gail. Let me tell you, it be like that. It just popped up on my screen. It's like what I told you in the comment section before. She just showed up. It be like that. But before we get started, um, I would like to state that for the video now, before we get there, hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. I know y'all probably can't even see this. Maybe you might have to turn the phone sideways, and zoom in just to see it. Pink said, "Dang, you starting early today?" Yeah, yeah. I've been up through the whole night. I woke up early and I was up during the whole night, looking at a variety of videos online, and just seeing what was going on and everything. So, yeah, I got several videos, actually pre-prepared. For you. I think what about like five, six, probably like five, six, or seven videos. So y'all see that throughout the day or so of those videos being posted. And I also wanted to do a live stream versus doing a normal, which is posting a video and putting it up there, then posting another video. um yeah, it's been a minute because we used to always do early morning streams, like late night streams, and stuff like that. For the little clip that you see directly up here, um I'm just trying to figure out where are people specifically coming from. Let me just highlight this real quick because this is actually going to get away from the main video um that I have posted. And this is where I tell a lot of people that I know that people don't quite pay attention to the videos that I post. And that's the most nerve-wracking thing because it's a difference when people are trolling, and I get that part, right? People, ha ha, he, we're going to sit up there and troll and do stuff like that, versus people just being stupid and not listening. Because there was a video that I posted again, like I said before, it was about 9 hours ago. Let me see if I can get the image. And as Gail normally said in the comment section, this guy is he's obviously, my clone. Gail does it to me every single time. Um, But there was a video I posted about 9 hours ago. Again, shout out to those who were able to make it to that video and listen to that video. Um, and I noticed about two comments that I at least got so far, and people wanted to tell me that I was disagreeing with the main guy in the glasses that was speaking. Right, it was this video here. And I specifically said while I was explaining, because I could look at the duration of how long people actually stayed on the video. The video itself is about, let me go to it real quick. In general, people stayed about 4 minutes and 6 seconds, and the video itself is about 10 minutes. And somewhere in that video, I specifically explained to people that I was referring to an X tweet that was online, and the guy wanted to state who was Kenyan because it specifically stated I had to the left the post of the Kenyan that was on X, and then to the right I also had the background information to let you know that he was African and he decided to be an interloper in Black American business and wanted to, try to say that, Black people forget how it is that white people stood by you and all this. And my main thing was like, stay in African business. Don't as an African, do not come directly into Black American business and try to tell us what it is that we forget, what it is that we need to remember, what it is that we need to do, and how it is that we need to, treat and act towards other people. Y'all don't know nothing about the history here that Black Americans have suffered and went through in these United States, right? And I had a previous comment where somebody wanted to rah rah rah, and then I had to correct them and basically let them know, I'm like, yo, if you go back and actually listen, you'll find out that I specified and stated who it is that I was talking about. Because during the tail end of me speaking, from my point of view, in the middle of the screen, I allowed the video that you guys were able to see to give something for you guys to look at, versus just a still screen. That's what I tend to normally do throughout the years. For whatever reason, I'm not sure why it is that people can't seem to understand that the video in the middle is just there for people to look at if they choose to look at it, while they happen to listen to me speak. Like I said, I don't know what's going on directly here. And then I also found out that somebody stated that they feel that I am a supremacist of the Caucasian kind. With this comment here, I'm not going to highlight the person's name because I'm not going to do that. I mean, even though it's directly on the channel, I'm just not going to do that here because, like I said, they got a failed channel anyway with only about like 7 subscribers, and all they do is community posts. Like I said, I don't got time. I'm not about to sit up there and do it. I need people to get their channels up again. Like I said before they start coming directly towards me with a lot of this nonsense. It makes no sense. Every single time it's somebody with a failed channel that ain't doing nothing. It's 1,000% crazy work. But then on top of that, to do all of this rah 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 and to posture, quote unquote, as the grown adult man that you are, and I'm pretty sure, just looking at this nice little paragraph, this PowerPoint that this dude laid out, he's probably in his about what 50s, somewhere up in there. And I'm like, out of all the things that you want to focus in on and that you want to speak directly on, you have a problem with me specifically telling Black Americans, hey, stay out of these protests so that you don't be targeted, so that you don't come to any type of harm, anything like that. That's wild to me. That's 1,000% wild to see a grown man, and this is a person, what was it? I think one of the people we had on this community post was Professor Black, I think, or somebody else. You also had Phil from the Advise Show, and several other people directly up there. So I'm like, I'm not understanding what specifically is the issue with what it is that I was saying. On top of the fact of trying to call me some type of scammer, Cashapp scammer. I'm like, huh? Like I said, I'll do a standalone video directly on this little comment here because I find it quite hilarious. Like I said, the person decided that they wanted to spend that much time directly on leaving a comment, we'll happen to highlight it. Like I said, there's levels to this. So, somebody will make money off of it. Won't be him though. So now what we're going to do to our scheduled everyday program. If anybody is a fan of Star Trek, we are going to be looking at the Klingons. Shout out to the Klingons, the black group directly out there in Star Trek. Great people, great warriors. So we're going to listen to this Klingon princess, and we're going to hear what it is that she has to specifically say, directed towards men. Let's take a listen.
I pay too much money for my upkeep to be having free conversations. I had somebody reach out to me. They have been reaching out to me in my DMs, and I was kind of ignoring it, just leaving them on red because I'm not interested. And today they consistently message me, and so I said, okay, I'll answer. This morning I had a shampoo appointment, and so I answered, and they were like, am I disturbing you? And I said, I don't converse with men that I don't know. And they said, well, let's change that. And I said, well, I'm actually on the way to go get my hair done. You gonna contribute to that? This in a long paragraph. asking me to explain why they should do that. And they said now they understand the kind of woman that I am, on and on and on. And I said, no problem, no worries, have a good day. I feel like this. I keep my nails done, keep my toes done. So nails, toes, every month. I get my hair done every month. This is a luxury style. I keep my hair up, right? So getting my hair done every month. Nails, toes, hair. I own my home. I got an acre of land. I have to get my grass cut. I get my yard work done by myself. All of that is covered by myself. I have a nice body. I get that done in the gym. I have a gym membership. I clothe my nice body with nice clothes. And so I have to go shopping. And I wear makeup, which I enjoy. And in the comments, I don't care what you got to say about makeup. But I also spend money on that. And so to keep this up, I also eat on a meal plan that I have created. And so for that meal plan, I have to go grocery shopping to eat off of the meal plan that I have created. And so all of this takes money. It takes money to upkeep this. And so why am I having free conversations? And it is okay. It is okay if you don't feel the way that I feel and you are having free conversations. But I think about this, especially if you're messaging me when I'm on the way to an appointment where I'm about to spend hundreds of dollars to get my hair washed, and I'm continuing to have this appointment where I'm spending hundreds of dollars on myself, and you're interested in me? No, I don't have free conversations. And I implore you, if you're a woman who takes great care of herself and does great things for herself and keeps herself up, think about whether you're having free conversations. I treat my phone like it still has minutes and you're not using mine up. That's it. Love you. Bye.
Um. So we're currently at the moment in time, as somebody has stated previously in my comments, that high is the most expensive word in the English language. And I tend to agree. I tend to agree. She pulled up to the scene basically saying that she was expensive, that she has afforded this lifestyle directly for her. She's worked so hard, and why should she just give any man any type of attention? In order for you to get her attention, you have to drop some money. Time is money, and money is time. I could have sworn that we've gotten if we have any women in the comment section, right, in the live, I need y'all to let me know. Didn't we get away from a point where women were viewed, quote unquote, as property? I thought that's what women fought specifically for. Women didn't want to be viewed as objects, didn't want to be viewed as property, they didn't want to be viewed as cattle. They did not want to be looked at as something that can be bartered or bought or sold. But clearly, this woman here is telling people that she can be bought for a price. She said, "Hey, I do a lot of work specifically on my body, right? I have this specific food regimen that I have to sit up there and do. I got to get my hair directly done. Got to get my nails directly done. Gotta do, all of these things directly for myself." Now, again, she's talking about adulting for all intents and purposes. She is talking specifically about adulting. It is something that everybody does on an everyday basis. But in order for a guy to talk to her, they have to pay for how it is that she normally upkeeps herself. I've never heard of this before. This is this is wild. This is wild. Like this is wow. Wow. This wow. Audacity. Audacity. Like I said, shout out to the Klingons. Like I said, anybody who's a Star Trek fan, you know exactly what it is. Shout out to any and all of those Star Trek fans directly out here. Again, shout out to the Klingons. Like I said, it is real directly out here. People thought that Star Trek was not real. It is. It is 100% real. You are watching it. Tippy said, "Why are we looking at the chick from Star Trek?" Because we are in a brand new frontier, Tippy. We are in a brand new frontier. That is currently where we are at this moment. But the one main thing that I said in a video that I recorded for this, and this is technically the reason that sparked this live stream, is that um I feel again that women have the right to feel the way that they want, right? And if more women like her decided to put a price directly on a lot of things, that would free up a lot of space so that men would know exactly what it is, right? Now, the one thing I will sit up there and critique when it deals with the guy who decided to go for her, you were stupid in the instance of being a guy. After she said no the first time, you should have just dipped. Whenever a woman says no, just let it be that. There's we're not living in a time frame where there's a such thing as hard to get. It's just no. That's it. Right? If this was like the 2000s, if this was the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, and so on, where there was a such thing as, hard to get and stuff, all right, cool, fine, but we're not in that timeline, right? So we're in the timeline of just women just saying no. And the only people that they want to play hard to get with are the ones that they find or deem suitors to be attractive, right? That 1 to 2, that 1 to 10% directly up there. The rest of the 90% of guys, it's just a flat no. Don't waste your time, don't waste your energy. Don't try to converse. Don't try to send, you know, 99 different like DMs. Don't try to simp out and just do this and do it. No, 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 no. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time for a woman that is clearly not interested. Once a woman sits up there and says no, that she is not interested, she doesn't want to carry on the conversation. She doesn't want to know who you are. She doesn't want to know your name. She doesn't even want to hide from. Just drop it, just move on. That's the one critique that I have when it deals with men directly out here going after women when it's completely obvious that they're not interested. Just stop. There's 8 billion people directly on the world. Just move on. Like I said, she'll find out the hard way because I guess she feels as though she got like forever. Uh, and she could just play whatever field that she wants to play in, and that is clearly her right. She'll learn it the same way that other women who are famous celebrities have come out on talk shows, and they are in nearing their 50s, and they said that they have certain regrets about how it is that they played around in the dating field, and they wish that they could go back, but now that they can't go back, so they got to figure out what to do right now. Like I said, shout out to Vivica A. Fox because yeah, yeah, it's looking tough, looking real tough. But like I said before, other women want to listen to other women, and other women will make and allow other women to be single. But yeah, that price point though, I agree with that. I agree directly with that price point. It's crazy. But anyways, let's continue on. Wait. Tippy said, "I'm young with an old soul." Tippy, you are a gamer. Talking ish said, "R.I.P. to G. Roddenberry." I mean, that's bars. That's bars. That's bars. Mo said, "Going where no man has gone before." That's facts. Yo, Mr. 10, what is up? You say you're right. According to info, I get off the net. Bars. Talking said, this woman here bears a slight resemblance. Not trying to be funny, but the forehead. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like I said, shout out to the Klingons. I am a Star Trek fan. Worf was one of my favorite characters. Um, at the point in time when Star Trek was out, I thought it was all, just make believe. I didn't know it was real. So it'd be like that. The truth is out there. Shout out to the X-Files as well too, for anybody who's an X-File fan as well, be like that. Chris T, what is up? What is up? He said, Seji with the early morning live. That is bars. We are out here at this moment in time at this nice chilly 30-degree morning time. So shout out to anybody just getting home from work, going to work, or just going out to Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks and getting some early morning coffee. And just gonna be sitting in the house chilling. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Tippy said, I should be asleep. It's 6:25 a.m. here. I guess you should be asleep, but you're up either playing Red Dead or The Sims. Tippy, I know you. Or you're sitting up there looking at Roman Reigns. It's either one of the three or all three at the same time. I know you, Tippy. So let's look at this other short clip that we got up here.
why men want to pursue women with no pressure. And before somebody goes, they're just not into you. No, that's obvious. But why did you come bothering me? You got half a brain cell and you chose to be annoying with it? Radical. The same way I can be tit for tat when I'm petty. When I'm entertaining a man, I go pressure for pressure, baby. I need you to meet me at an 8. If I'm constantly giving you an 8, you need to be giving me an 8.2 or better. But this idea that you could exist between a 4 and a 6 and I'm supposed to still give you 8, you're out of your brain, my guy. Sweat me, stress me. That's the only way men fall in love, is when y'all are on the flexor. I want you on the flexor for me. I want you to apply pressure so heavy a diamond forms on my finger like you don't need to buy me one. But do. Because when y'all say, oh, I want something no pressure, something just going with the flow, what y'all really saying is I want no responsibilities, no duties. I don't want to be held accountable for anything. I want to have that escape clause to be able to be like, we wasn't together anyways. Not over here. The day you come in my inbox, either be my husband or shut up. Stop talking to me.
I'm just, when I happen to see videos like this, I try to figure out, when these women are recording in their homes, why do they have to scream at the camera? Because it's not, it doesn't make sense. Because she's hyping, she's getting her blood pressure up and everything. She's hyping herself up for no reason. Like there's not a man in the vicinity at this moment in time as she is talking, and she is sitting up there hollering as if either she's talking to her girls or if she's talking to a potential guy that's not doing what it is that she wants him to sit up there and do. So it's like she wants the guy to be all over her. But realistically, a lot of women do not like guys to be all over them. They consider that to be clingy. And this is when guys sit up there and say that this is mixed messaging. Because if a guy does show up and he decides that he's all over this woman and this, that, and the third, you know what she's going to sit up there and do? Oh, she's bored. It's too much. Let me breathe. Nothing's, really official. I don't think that this is actually, working out. He seems a little bit too needy. He seems a little bit too clingy. But then if the guy does the reverse, where he's just technically not there, here she is. Now she's giving all of this energy. Now it's rah, rah, rah. Now it's all of this talking. Now it's all of this nonsense, directly, online. And she is, quote unquote, technically more into him than he is into her. And now she will be online making videos talking about like, it's this guy interested in him, but he seems not to, really be emotionally there. And I'm emotionally invested and da da da. And mixed signals. I'm just saying mixed. I'm just saying completely mixed signals. Completely mixed signals. Completely mixed signals. Queen Lay, what is up? You said, what did she say wrong? And then you said, I don't chase, I attract. The funny thing is, I believe you when you say that, but the other fact of the matter is that every woman out here would chase the guy that she is attracted to. There are men right now that are just God-given. The God was like, you know what? I'm going to make a mold of you, and then that's it. And the women will come rushing to you. And those men exist. And men are able to watch and see this happen and play out in real time. Women will chase after guys that they are legitimately interested in. These are facts. These are facts, bar none. I don't care what nobody says directly out here. Go through whatever life that you've ever lived. Go through whatever reincarnation as a woman that you've ever went through from whatever civilization. I can promise you, women out here have chased the guys that they are specifically interested in, that they don't have any rules or boundaries for. Because that's how that works. Guys, normal guys. I'm a normal, average dude, right? I myself, if I want the attention of women directly out here, I have to sit up there and work for it. That's how God made it. Cool, fine, no problem. I can deal with that. Other guys out here don't. Right? You see what I'm saying? Normal guys have to work. Other guys do not. So the other guys that do not, that's within the 1 to the 10% directly out there. That's what the greater majority of women are chasing directly after, right? You said, you said she doesn't want to be used for her body. She wants real connection and is tired of games. But see, this is the thing with that though. If a woman really just wants a connection with a guy, you can specifically find those guys and they're actually there. The problem is that a lot of women don't specifically actually want those guys that would actually value them, respect them, and give them the attention that they desire. A lot of women find that boring. I'm not sure where we are at this moment in time, but that is as a guy. I'm talking to you directly as a guy, right? A lot of women, irregardless of, and I like to say irregardless. I know it's regardless, but I say irregardless because it gets on people's nerves, right? But irregardless, um, a lot of women will send mixed signals. Again, the safe guy, the nice guy, the guy that will value and respect women, right? That will open the door, chivalrous. Every woman considers that to be boring. I would really wish that it would come to a point in time that the greater majority of women would actually be honest. Because I've heard so many women just blatantly call dudes boring just for like random reasons. And I'm like, okay, well, if that dude is boring, you obviously want somebody that's going to knock you upside the head. You want somebody that's in and out of jail, right? You want somebody that's willing and dealing through the streets. You know, you want somebody that's going to keep you directly on your toes, that's going to potentially endanger your life because you want that dopamine effect. You want that adrenaline rush, right? And again, that's what women find to be exciting. And you're going to have a lot of women sit up there and disagree and try to lie past that. But like I said before, there's a reason why women love, quote unquote, the bad boy or the guy directly with the edge. These are realistic things that are directly out there. And this is why they always say nice guys finish last, because on the reverse end, the bad boys finish first. Every single time they get exactly what it is that they want. And like I said, it ain't no hate coming from me. Glory to the winner. Like I said, God made it how it was supposed to be made. The problem that happens is that women like her that you see directly on the screen, if her heart was broken or if she went through multiple guys, that was all by her choosing. Because again, the boring guy, the safe guy, would have been the one that would have actually treated her correctly, would have given her everything that she desires. But more than likely, she wasn't attracted to the boring guy. He physically was not aesthetically pleasing directly to her. And we all know this. Why? Because 9 times out of 10, somebody like her is not going to go for an ordinary guy. She's going to go for somebody that's tall. She's going to go for a guy that's taller than shape. She's going to go for a guy that is taller than shape and that has money. Taller in shape and that can break her back. Taller in shape that can break her back with money and whatever else you want to throw directly on there. That's how it goes. Like I said, this is why I love the On the Street podcast, where people go out there and they speak to real women out there on the streets, and they all say the same thing. Pretty much every woman out there wants to do that 6 feet tall. A woman can be 4'9" and she's still talking about like, I want a guy that's like 6'9", 6'7". But I'm like, man, but if you're 4 whatever, you put on heels, you're barely even 5 feet. So why don't you just deal with a guy that's 5'9"? Oh, no, that's too short. 5 anything is too short for me. What? 5 anything cannot protect me at 4'9". It's what, like I said, a lot of women will displace themselves out of a potential suitor because they selectively want something that is aesthetically pleasing to them, and not only aesthetically pleasing to them, but what is also aesthetically pleasing to other women directly out there. This is why you see a lot of women chasing the exact same guy. This is why you never seen bar none, I promise you this. You will never catch a woman chasing or finding a guy desirable that no woman wants. I'll wait. I will wait. I will 100% wait. Like, that is crazy. That is 1000% crazy. Mo was like the only virgin in chat and SEIJIHITO. You know what? You're right, Mo. I'm a virgin. I know nothing. I know nothing about women, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Somebody said, "Brother, are you an incel?" I mean, if I'm, go by my moderator, I guess I would be an incel. I'm a virgin. I've never, touched the supple rose, you know, um, felt skin of a woman. Never in my life. Never in my life. Queen said, "Knock you upside the head." That's crazy. You're funny. There's truth in that. There's a bit of truth directly in that. Let me tell you, it's funny, but it's not funny at the same time because I've had to cover videos, so it's like it's crazy. It is diabolical. Queen said, "I just went on a date and I didn't have to open up any doors or pay for anything." Okay, all right. Somebody said, Curb said, "I used to mess with a chick that had the nicest BF, but she called me when he was gone. One time she screamed during something and he didn't. I don't even know what that is. I need you to retype that or something." Somebody said, "Men are from Mars and women are from Venus," written by God. Yeah, that is bars. That is bars. Um, you said what she made, but that ain't nothing above all women. I'm a little bit confused by that one. Queen said, so go for fat, no money, no means. Wait, hold on. I'm confused. I'm like, maybe I'm missing some words here. Maybe I'm missing some words. Somebody said, and we all want the DBLDs, but look around, man. People grow up and learn real from fantasy. Queen says, "Stop listening to these women who say those things." This is the thing that I've always told people before, that the minority will mess it up for the majority, right? So you have a minority of women, like you see directly, on the screen, the 4 to 5 pictures that are in front of you. And a lot of those women have their opinions, but because of the way that they look and carry themselves, other women flock directly to these women, right? And they listen to their advice. When I've ventured and I've listened to women like this and I've gone to their platforms, you'll see hundreds of thousands of women that follow these women. They hang on every single word. They agree on every single thing that the woman basically states. In some of the instances, let me see if I can actually pull some of the messages that were up there. Let me see. It's called Being an Adult. Yeah, because and the craziest part is the main woman that you see, that I was making a joke that she was from Star Trek. This woman here, you had a few women in there giving a little bit of pushback. But then you had the greater majority of women that were pretty much siding and agreeing directly with the woman that you see directly in front of you. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's just not it. It's not it. And like I said, I try to put these messages directly out there to save people from themselves, to save women from other women. Um, because if every woman, specifically stating, if every woman basically put a price tag on themselves saying like, all right, in order for a man to talk to them, it up front, it had to be like 20K. Yeah, there's going to be if people thought that women were single now and that there are no type of dates or anything like that, oh yeah, you're going to be seeing it's over. It's over. And then you're gonna have the other dudes out there talking about, yeah, just say that the rest of y'all men out here broke. You can't afford these women. Just say that you broke, man. Just say that you ain't got it. You're right, brother. I don't got it. You can take it all. Take every single one of them that got a price tag. You got it. Buy up the whole store. Buy up the Mall of America. Buy it all up since you got the money. You can have it. You can have a whole harem. You got it. You got it. And you can sit up there and deal with that. And then once your money runs dry, we're going to see how it is that they're going to sit up there and treat you when you can't sit up there and facilitate, the means of affording what it is that they like to sit up there and do. And we all know what's going to happen with that. Those women are going to sit up there and leave on the first thing smoking. Because, like I said, women on podcasts have honestly stated that they're married, but if anything were to happen to their husband, and he wasn't able to work anymore, they're out of there. So yeah, yep. Like I said, hey, gotta, I get what you're saying. Where you're like, hey, don't be paying attention to a lot of these silly women, but there is some truth in that. There is some truth directly in that. I think, what did somebody say before, that men are loved by or because of what it is that they can provide, not because of who it is or what they are as a person, but what it is that they can provide for a woman. And if you cannot provide for a woman, then obviously you're not going to get no love out here. Case in point, you see a lot of men out here, even if they are good and genuine, they're single, they're destitute. They can't get a woman at all, no matter what it is that they do, because they have no value. Because that woman is like, well, you're broke. You can't really facilitate or do things for me. It is what it is. So, it be like that. Deuce said, sounds like it's best to focus on your purpose. Nobody is playing a bigger game than women. They play it so hard, they end up playing themselves right out the game. That is facts. And that's one thing that I've stated to a lot of men as well, especially to a lot of young men as well. Stay focused. Don't go out here trying to spend money on women, or trying to impress other dudes out here, making them think that you got a whole bunch of like women on your arm. You're gonna go broke. You're gonna go broke trying to impress the women, and you're gonna go broke trying to, sit up there and make all the guys think that you the man. It's not worth it in it. It is not worth it. Go out there, get your education, get a trade, build something, work on your mind, work on your body, get in shape, and everything else will sit up there and fall in place. Like I said before, regardless of whatever women basically state about not chasing men, if the ideal dream guy that every woman envisions was specifically there, I promise you they would chase. I promise you. I promise you. Case in point, think about when women go to concerts, how they get dressed up. Like, let's say if it's an Usher concert, women get dressed up to the T, to the nine, every single time. But are they getting dressed up like that for the guy that's interested in them that they're not interested in? No. Are they looking that immaculate when it deals with like that first date? Nah. They're not sitting up there doing, I promise you, they're not the same way that they go to concerts. They are not dressing like that on their first date. They are not doing it, because that is the guy that all the women fantasize about, that all the women want to, be specifically with. You, my friend, are not that guy, and it be like that, and it is okay. It is okay. Tippy said that's not what that means. Seji, maybe they mean he's boring because he doesn't take her out. He doesn't play video games with her. Tippy, now 9 times out of 10, most women out here. Now, again, minus y'all, you Pink, Gail used to play a little bit. And we also got Sham and maybe a few others. Minus y'all that are here that play video games, the greater majority of women do not play video games, Tippy, and you know this. You know this, Tippy. Come on now. Tippy, you know far too well that the greater majority of women out here do not play video games. They do not own game systems. The only reason a game system would even be in their vicinity is because they got a son, right? They may have a stepbrother, brother, or their boyfriend, fiance, or husband. Other than that, women do not normally have game systems in their homes. We can look directly at the stats. We can especially look at who is specifically buying these systems and buying these games. And we know who it is, Tippy. We know who it is. We know who it is. Talking said, man, folks are average. Most of us are average. Men are over 6 feet, make up 15% of the population. Come on. I mean, it'd be like that. And those are the ones that women go for. Right. I think somebody said that it had to do, with the things back in the day, right? If you were tall, it was seemed as strong and ultra protector. And if you were a guy that was, short, you can't really do nothing. So, they will skip and look directly over you. It'll be like that. It's all cool. It's all good though. It's all good though. Y'all, it's all good. Magnus said you just straight up wrong about that. I'm sure you slay. I'm not even sure what that means. To be up there rolling. Magnus said, but you speak for all women. That is just naive and arrogant. Straight up. Old school said, they mad you speaking the truth. I mean, it be like that. I mean, I'm not sure if people are specifically mad. That's a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if people are mad, it'd be like that. I mean, I like I said, take it up with God. Bushido, what's up? He said, what is up, Seji? I hope your morning's going well. It's going pretty well. Going pretty well. Magnus said, and that is why I say bye, Felicia. Tattoos, what is up? You said, stop. I'm not even sure what that was supposed to be. Obviously, you're trolling. No problem. Queen said, those women on the screen don't even be getting approached. LOL. I mean, that is a high possibility. That is a very high possibility. I mean, they may not get approached in public like that, but I'm pretty sure online they get more than likely approached a lot. Because you will have a lot of dudes that will slide directly into the DMs because it's a little bit easier, right? Because normally when you're face to face, things can be awkward. Things can be a little bit off because people are nervous and different things like that. So it's a little bit easier just talking and typing, online. You're in the comfortability of your home using your, cellular device, whatever it is, and you're able to, do a whole back and forth, type of deal. So, I mean, yeah, you could be very much right directly on that. Could be very much right. Bushido said, good morning to me. Oh, okay, I got you. Queen said her eyebrows scare me. I try my best not to say anything. I really do. Old school said I see nothing but a forehead. I try my best. I try my best not to sit there and say nothing. Let me tell you. Bushido said, didn't Mike Up say your forehead's so big you don't have to dream, you got movies? Yeah, that was a classic joke. I think I used it a few times. Myself in my life. Like I said, that's a funny joke. Chevy, what is up? You said liberal women have run out of actual complaints. America is amazing image setting up a demand on a man, but if a man makes any demand on a woman, he's a misogynist. These weird liberal left woke people. It'd be like that. Wait, what did Timmy say? Timmy said Chris Brown, LOL, don't generalize all of them. What? Wait, did I say Chris Brown? I could have sworn I said Usher. Or maybe I did list Chris, but all I'm saying is at the end of the day, when it deals with like the dream guy, like the fantasy guy, women will go all out. They're wearing like perfume, they're wearing like red bottoms, most expensive dress, hair is sitting up there getting done, eyelashes. They are to the nine. They're looking the best of the best of the best for that day. And I done seen crowds of women. And I'm like, man, yo, these women looking great. I'm like, this is incredible out here. But if you're a guy and you're trying to get a date and you see these women directly out there at that concert, they're paying you no mind because all of those women there are focused on one guy, which is Usher. Like I said, or whoever their celebrity is. Like I said, a lot of these dudes out here, they have their pick of literally any woman. Kid you not. A woman in the vicinity, 9 times out of 10, he can sit up there and get 5 of them. It is not even. It's like, hey, let Usher sit up there and like pop up somewhere. It's like, hey, y'all want to go to the club VIP? Women are dropping whatever they. If a woman is on her lunch break, she is dropping that lunch break. She's going with Usher to that VIP at that club in her work clothes. Like that's how crazy it is. That is the power. That is the strength. It'd be like that here. Yo, what is up, third? What is up? You said, dang, who is the chick with the Klingon forehead in the post? I don't know. It was a random woman that passed by. She popped up on my screen like I told you. This is how it be working on X. You'll see these videos. It'll just pop up. It'd be like that. Tippy said, well, they missing out. Yep. Yeah, that's true. Devin, what is up? You said I play Call of Duty on PS3. Yo, we gotta get you on a we gotta get you up on like that PS like 6 that's about to come out, next year, or PS5 Pro, because I didn't even know that Call of Duty is even still which Call of Duty you talking about? You can't be talking about the newest Call of Duty. Because that's brother. That's like some what is that? PS3 is like 09, right? That's like that's taking it back. I'm trying to remember what year that was. Man, hamster fell off the wheel as soon as you say you playing Call of Duty on a PS3, brother. What? You done got me on that one. Like, man, I used to get on Tippy, but I get you though. Old Faithful, old reliable, the main system that's been there for you. I get you. I got you. I understand. I understand. Wow, that's cold blooded. Queen was like, I can't stand a gamer. I can't do it. Woo, that's diabolical. Oh man, that hurts my soul. That hurts my because I am a gamer. It be like that though. Like I said, for any guy out there that is a gamer, you are only built for a select few women. I'm gonna be real. The percentage that I'll sit up there and put for any guy out there that is a gamer, you are probably built for about less than 2% of the female population out here. I'm just gonna be real. If you are a gamer, less than 2% of the female population, probably even less than that. Because the greater majority don't like gamers. It'd be like that. I mean, if you might be ripping and running through the streets, you might be a musician, you might be a baller. I'm talking about like actually, like NBA stuff like that, something in sports and whatnot. If you do some other things out here, they can, they can deal with that. They can slide with that. But if you're a gamer, if you sit there and you playing video games, you playing some Arc Raiders, some Call of Duty, some Battlefield, things like that. It's like, nah, they can't get down. They can't get down with it, man. They can't get down with it. Yo, Vince, what is up? What is up? You said facts. There are a small amount of women who play video games, and I mean hardcore, not Fortnite. I'm talking about Ninja Gaiden. That is bars. That is bars. That is bars. Tippy said we're not bad people. Tippy is of the gamer girl tribe. She is of the gamer girl tribe. Queen said, I've been attracting all the 6 feet plus men. I mean, it'd be like that. You know. But more specifically, I'm going to guess that you're more than likely below 6 feet. So that is going to happen. You're not going to hear a lot of women that are like 6 feet talking about they attract all the 6 feet, men. Normally guys who are tall want short women. That's usually how I work. Now, the funniest thing is normally guys who are average height, like me, myself, I'm average height. I like to sit up here and just tell people I'm 5'4", just because I know that naturally women are going to say that I'm short anyway. So might as well embellish and say that I'm 5'4" because it don't matter. Because in their eyes, I'm just short. I'm a dwarf. But naturally for shorter guys, we don't discriminate. We can go with tall. We can deal with women who are the exact same height and or shorter. We don't really, have a preference, really like that. In any height of woman will do. That's usually how it goes. Tall guys have a preference though. Average height women have a preference, which is tall. Hey, Denise? Hopefully I got that correctly. Miss Denise. What is up? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And thank you for finding this live stream. Infinite Aura, what is up? You said Klingon is strong with this one. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Tippy says, Seji, I'm just saying, just because women say that they don't like boring guys, that doesn't mean they automatically want a criminal. Tippy. Now, we know for a fact that when a dude is getting called boring, they're not calling a dude boring because he doesn't want to go skiing. He doesn't want to go fly fishing or white water rafting. So, we know what it is. We know what it is. And we know what the opposite specifically of that is. So, again, we're dealing with certain parameters, when we have these conversations. And we know the specific guys that women normally like to call boring, which is the safe, which is the normal guy who will actually value a woman, who will respect, a woman and things of that nature. I've never seen a woman call a guy that is like, of the streets, of the hard life. I've never seen a woman call, those type of dudes boring. I've never seen it in the history of mankind. Never. Never, never, never. Even you can go through magazines, you can go through movies, you can go through real life, you can go through social media. It's never happened. The main ones that normally get that branding, again, the safe guys. We know this, Tippy. Your boy, what is up? What is up? You said, for example, TikTok ain't nothing but headlight show. Yeah, that's diabolical. Tippy said, what if your family is throwing a barbecue party and she wants her boyfriend to come with her and he says no? Want to go to the beach? No. Want to go fishing? No. Want to go to the gym together? No. LOL. Tippy, now you just listen like a whole bunch of what ifs. Usually if it deals with free food, guys are going to sit up there and pull up to the seat. Now, if there is an issue where him and the family don't get along, yeah, he's going to sit up there and say no. And you do have instances where the boyfriend and the family do not get along for a variety of different reasons. You said maybe if the boyfriend if she wants him to go to the beach. I mean, I don't think most guys have a problem with the beach unless the dude might be like self-conscious, or something like that. Then that's a little bit different, you know. And then you said fishing. Ain't no women out here asking a dude to go fishing. We just gonna be real on that. At this moment in time, there's less than 1% of women out here that go out there and go fishing, and I've watched. Less than 1% of women out here go fishing. And then you said go to the gym together. See, the gym is a tricky thing, because the craziest part is, now I have my own outlook directly on this. Free to judge me if you want to. When I look at, unless there's in a sense a trainer involved or a woman has been working out in the gym for years, a lot of things seem quite performative. Again, because I'm going by social media. Again, we were at the height at one point in time about 2 years ago, where anytime a woman showed up in a gym, it was always a camera, it was a tripod, it was directly there, and magically it was just these random workouts or the woman just like stopping to drink some water. Again, everything was looking real performative. Now, if the woman had a trainer, it's different. That's not performative. You're actually working out because you're paying for that trainer, some hundreds of dollars for that trainer, and he's going to make sure that you're going to get every cent directly in that body. He's going to make sure that you're working out. Yeah, like I said, a lot of things look real performative. I can't really sit up there and trust it. And then you have a lot of women out here who will go to a doctor and get their body done, and then they decide that they want to go to the gym and open up a social media account to make it seem like, they just worked out for the last 10 years in order to get that body. And it's like, no, you were just with the doctor and you were under the knife for an hour and 40 minutes and you had fat transfers, you had fat reduction both in your cheek, you had a breast augmentation, you had a tummy tuck, right? Whatever fat that was removed from the stomach, you had that, put directly into the hips, the thighs, and your butt, and whatever else. So it's like, a lot of, for me, a lot of things look very much performative. And even within that content, a lot of women are getting misguided directly in that, thinking that a lot of those women got their bodies naturally, and they didn't, because they went directly under. Like I said, it's a whole thing directly out there, and that's a topic for a whole nother live stream. What was it? Sith said, I generalize women as much as they generalize men. And I told people before that, for me, I believe in equality, right? If other people are clearly doing it, by all means, do it as well. Because it makes no sense that people always want to sit up and say, I know, turn the other cheek. Vincent said, talking about for the gaming, you said no, get him a PC. Yeah. So for the brother that was up top talking about the PS3, follow Vincent's words and look into a PC. Well, maybe he might have a PC because I didn't specifically ask that question, so he may have one and just decides that nostalgic purposes, I want to stick to the PS3 because I mean the PS3 at the time, the PS3 was good. It had a good what like 9 cores, and it was also jailbreakable. You were able to throw Linux directly on there along with a whole bunch of other stuff. It was pretty dope. But Sony just dropped it and did whatever. Old School said the world would be great if more women play video games and be more into outdoor activities instead of trying to live in a Disney World fantasy land that isn't there, that is in their head. I agree with that. I agree with that. But in reality, everything is not for everybody. And if you had a whole bunch of women that were into video games would look vastly different. A lot of the stuff that we are used to would not even be. It would be out there with the dinosaurs. Because case in point, if anybody's old enough, remember Laura Croft from the 90s. The main thing of how Laura Croft was even a selling point was because of how she was built. And you already knew that it was men, 100% of men that were buying every single Laura Croft game, playing that. And this is why Laura Croft video games, guys love the game. They love Laura Croft. And excuse me, Laura Croft during that time was getting a whole bunch of accolades for, the games, different things of that nature. And then what ended up hitting the landscape was the feminist movement and a whole bunch of women who don't even play video games like, why does the female video game character, again, video game character that is not even real, they were like, oh my god, they're sexualizing women in video games. It's not a real woman, and this is wrong to sit up there and do. You shouldn't be sexualizing women in any type of format. Oh my god. And now you see where Laura Croft is right now. And you see where in video games how a lot of women tend to look now. Now they tend to make a lot of women just look unattractive and unappealing. And this is all due to the fact that you had a lot of women complaining. It was like, hey, stop making attractive women in games. Stop making women with these unrealistic shapes, and stop making them trying to make these women look perfect. And because all women don't look like, all right, so now it's just looking crazy out here. And then women started complaining about the women out here looking crazy and saying that, oh, why don't you make the women look attractive and look beautiful and da. You can't win. So if we ended up, if we did have more women in video games, Lord knows, I don't even know what to tell you. Because it was at a moment in time, if people played it during the time, Halo 3 had a female Spartan voice. And I think they added that later on because you had a lot of girls during that time that started playing Halo. And that was because either their boyfriends or their brothers or whatever was sitting up there playing it. And they decided to play it. And they were like, yo, everybody is not a guy who plays this. Why can't we just have like some female voices in here, like a female Spartan and da 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 da? Even though in the female lore, you actually did have a female Spartan. But, the girls wanted that specifically in the game and stuff, and then they did it. Anyways, like I said, this will put me into like a whole nother rant mode at this moment in time, and not for this live stream. Timmy said, problem is all women don't generalize men. You got women out here that do. Now notice I didn't say all women, but you do have women out here that do generalize men. Tippy, you know this. Tippy trying to act brand new, and she done been on this platform for years. Tippy, you know darn well what is going on. I gotta specifically edit myself. Third Eye said the PS6 might be delayed because of RAM price hikes because of all the AI facilities. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so we don't know when the next gen consoles. We got Project Magnus. I'm still on video games, and this is not the live stream for it, but Project Magnus, PS6, again, maybe delayed because of all of the AI hype, which is again 1000% crazy. Nobody saw this. Well, at least for me being a gamer and also having a PC, I didn't see this coming. Like I said, it's crazy. Third Eye said that women hate gamers until you make six figures on Twitch. Yeah, that's true. That's true because you got a lot of dudes directly out here where um women were not feeling them dudes, and they specifically came out and said it. It was like, yeah, I wasn't able to get like women weren't interested as soon as they told them that they were playing video games on Twitch and they did video games for 11. You got a lot of women that would laugh at those guys, but then once the dudes started showing the numbers that they were making 100,000 on Twitch, then magically they became attractive. Like I said, it's a clown show out here. It is a clown show directly out here. It is diabolical work. Yo, shout out Officer Haku, much love, respect, and appreciation to Brandon V World. He said, I'm not going to let this go. They removed Laura Croft's hips. It's a shame. Yo, boy, let me see. That's at 9:53, so I'll come back up to that. Shout out to Brandon V World for the $2 dono. Said good morning, and here comes a new challenger. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And then we got Brandon V World with another $2 dono. He said, Laura Croft, the jiggle technology. Yes, man. Let me tell you something. Then we got another one. He said, shout out to the $5 dono. Brother said, I'm not going to let this go. They removed Laura Croft hips, and it is a shame. That is facts. That is facts. That is facts. Let me roll back up real quick so I can work my way back down to these to the comments. Tippy said, I would love my future husband play video games while I cook dinner and have fun playing game at night. See, that's dope right there. That is dope. That is dope. YouTube Random said, oh God, what is that? That is a Klingon, my sir. That is a good old Star Trek figurine. Third Eye said there are women calling dudes that are 6'4" short. Yeah, like I said, this is when you know it's getting ridiculous out here, and you know the average woman is nowhere near 6 feet. To call somebody that is 6'4" short, you have lost your whole complete mind. Like that is just this is just when it starts to get into like bird talk. That's when it's just like starting like in bird movements. Tippy said, finish the comment. Says, I did finish the comment, Tippy. Third Eye said, a born day keeps the chaotic females away. Bars. Tippy said, well, I don't want a thug criminal. He said, thug criminal. Cart Gamer, what is up? What is up? You said, that's a man, baby. Shout out to Austin Powers. Gail said, country dudes ain't boring, and they aren't thugs. Gotcha. Third Eye said, women love going places that cost men money. Tibby said, I meant the type of boring. He doesn't even want to take me to the Cheesecake Factory. I want to go. Tippy is hilarious. Tippy is hilarious. Sir, what is up? You said, is the lady on screen here a woman? Yeah, from everything that she stated, she is a woman. Tippy said, see, that's why men can't generalize all women. We're all knit. Wait. We're all knit the same. You see my comments. Wait, what? We're all not. Okay, we're all not the same. Yeah, that typo got me, Tippy. Let me tell you. Vincent said, have any of my fellow gamers seen the new look of the Tomb Raider? Yeah, the new Tomb Raider looks good. It looks good. Brandon, we're all up here laughing. Pink said, as a female gamer, the only complaint I have when the female characters have too much cleavage. I mean, yeah, I can, I can't say that I empathize. Normally I would say that I empathize. But this is what sells. You got to have Gooner technology in order to make money. The microtransactions. This is what keeps a lot of games alive. So you got to have Gooner physics in order to keep the Gooners happy, in order to pull in that money. Be like that. I get it though. I do have an understanding when it gets like ridiculous. Shout out to Steam because that's what they like to do. On the dark side of Steam. Gets crazy over there. But yeah, Tippy said, well, I actually like her new look on the PS4 Tomb Raider game. I just hated that she couldn't swim. Wow. I was actually going to post your comment up there, Tippy, but then I just Tippy is really mad at the Tomb Raider game. She was like, I just hate that she really couldn't swim. It was just dumb, and that pissed me off. I can tell. Old school said Xbox and PlayStation should just wait to release their new consoles in 2030. Same with Rockstar with GTA 6. Yeah, no, they not waiting until 2030. It'll be a riot. They're not doing that. Yo, Sheen or Sean, what is up? What is up? Tippy said, how you adventurous rock climbing, have multiple guns, can flip, traveling across the globe looking for treasure, going scuba diving, and can't swim. And she is really mad. She is really mad about her not being able to swim. It's crazy. Brandon B. World said, Tippy, you know you need a thug in your life. LOL. Tippy said, LOL, no, I don't. I can't handle the thug girlfriend life. Brandon B. World said, never imagine that we will have a conversation about the dark side of Steam. LOL. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Yo, Daphne, what is up? What is up? You said, my goodness, look at her forehead. It'd be like that. So now we're going to move over to a whole different conversation with a group, mind you.
I dated outside of my race for the first time in a very long time, and he said the N-word, not just any N-word, but ER hard. So I will be going back to regularly scheduled programming.
I hate interracial couples.
And he's
So let me just pull that back. So this fake Zendaya Ronald McDonald lookalike decided that she wanted to dibble and dabble, and she got called the ER. Color me surprised. I'm not too shocked. I'm not sure why she even made this announcement, because this is going to make her look stupid. And and now she's like, well, I'm going to go back to dating black guys. No. What you need to do, remember, as a lot of divestors have stated, that every black guy is the same, but every white guy is an individual. So you met that one white guy that was an individual that did that to you. There's millions of other white guys that will never do that to you. They'll treat you like a queen. They will kiss the ground that you walk on. They will pedestalize you. They will love you in your natural hair. They will love you, in your dark skin with lavender and all this other type of stuff. They'll love you more than any other black man directly out here. So you go back there and you just keep trying. That's what you do. Don't turn around after you had this one instance and be like, oh, Jesus, take the wheel. No, what? Don't take the wheel. Let me make a hard left, skirt, and I'm going back to the black side. Nah, brother. Nah, brother, we're not doing that. No. That's not what we do. That's not what we do. You learned a lesson, and you got to stay learning that lesson. You didn't learn a lot, because you're online making this video. As young as you are, you're online making this video, and you're smiling about this. It's in a sense, it's a laughing or it's a joke to you, and that's not funny, because that person, what they told you is that no matter who you are and what you look like, they know what you are, and they're going to show you by demeaning you and treating you as less than. And nowhere in that short video that she posted did she say that she was all rah, rah, rah. She told him what was what and all this other. She didn't do none of that. She didn't get loud. She didn't, get ignorant. She wasn't none of that stuff happening. She was like, oh, well, no problem. Let me just, go back to the black side. That's crazy. That's crazy, because I promise you, if a black dude would have called her out of her name, she would have made a video and talking about how she would have told him what's what, and she was about to get all ignorant and ratchet and like I said, it's crazy out here. Different people get different energy. That's why I work out here, but it be like that. It be like that. But let's continue.
said the N-word, not just any N-word, but ER hard. So I will be going back to regularly scheduled programming.
I hate interracial couples. I don't hate interracial dating as a concept, but I hate the way it feels to be around y'all sometimes. I was walking in the store trying to find me a pink Stanley, and I walk past an interracial couple, and the guy is always the guy. So if the guy is black, it's always the guy, and he like looks at me, and it's like, why did they do that? Like I saw people talking about it on the internet, but like it happened to me like once or twice before, and I was like, all right, maybe this is a coincidence. No, it really isn't. No, you like literally you're staring at me right now, like.
Okay. You know, there comes a point in time where I've heard black women specifically state that they can tell if a black dude dates white girls. It's just a look. I feel the exact same way. I feel the exact same way in this instance because she's making it seem as though that for whatever reason, out of all the people that was in that store, that he just felt the need that he was with his significant other who was white, and he just had to just eye you down. It's like, yeah, look at me, black woman. I'm with this white woman. Look at me. Now look at you. Look at me. Now look at you. I'm the captain now. Making it seem like he was really trying to make this a spectacle. When for me, I feel as though that this was really just in her mind. I really feel like that this was just, in her mind. Maybe it was just me.
Is there some guilt attached to this? Like I dabble in the snow too. It's okay. Like
I dabble in the snow too. I was correct. I was correct. I was correct. How about this one? How about we just make it as even as day, right? How about we say that the dude was trying to get her attention for whatever reason? But let's also say on the reverse end that when you have women like her that quote unquote dabble in the snow and they're with their significant other, that they do the same thing, but it's different. It's more so in the mannerisms, like the fake laugh, the exaggerated fake laugh, how it is, voice wise, how it's always this working corporate voice versus like a normal voice, or supernaturally, you automatically sound like a valley girl when you know that you're not a valley girl. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Let's keep going.
what? And then sometimes less common, but sometimes the woman, and it's never like black girl other race. It's always black man other race that this happens with. They'll like look at you, like rub his arm, brother on my arm, no brother on your arm type stare. Just eye stabbing. What's the opposite of eye fucking?
Okay, I feel like I'm the advocate for this, but if you're gonna date outside your race and you're a black woman, okay, if you're gonna date outside your race, you need to date a guy, any race. You need to date a guy that
Except for black.
obviously not doesn't fetishize black women, but he just simply desires to be with a black woman. Okay, you might be thinking like, what is the difference? It's almost as if he was adopted by black people and he knows that he's white, but he grew up loving, respecting black people as human beings. Okay, for that's
What?
bare minimum. That's number one. Okay, he has to have black girlfriends. He has to know and love black women that he does not desire sexually. That's two.
What?
And I honestly feel like that's not really
What? Hold on. He has to love and desire black women. He has to have black women as friends, but not sexually desire. What are we even talking about right now? What? Wow. These parameters. I thought black guys had parameters. Dear sweet mother of Christ. What did I just listen to right there? I'm trying to just brother, what who writes the book? I need to see the groups of women that get together on like the weekends instead of it being like Tupperware parties and book clubs. They just get together and they create a syllabus of this. Like I'm just who are these women? Like who are I need to see what these people look like because this is crazy. This is wild.
hard to find. as a girl who always grew up like experimenting and just being friends with like guys outside of my race that liked black girls, in my mind, it's not that hard to find. Like, obviously, you wouldn't go to a frat house looking for a man that loves and respects black women. And I'm not saying they don't exist there. I'm just saying you wouldn't go there. White frat, of course. Also, I was telling my cousin this last night. Like, I remember asking somebody, like, what does your dream girl look like? If it doesn't look like me, and you can tell this, like, go to their Twitter, repost. If it doesn't look like you, leave. No. Black men have that too. The guy that I asked, and he told me a foreign light-skinned baddie with a fat ass. I was like, oh, this isn't gonna work. Obviously, why would you tell me that?
Let's talk about this because I feel like in the black community,
All right, so before we get into this one, I made sure to put some comments directly here, and this was specifically from black women who have stated that they were, they got their ring during spring, whatever it was, right? So up top it says, dated outside of my race one time, 3 weeks later. I was his girlfriend. 6 years later, he's still here, and I'm his wife. All I got was situationships with black men. So basically, this is the whole thing where you got black women sitting up here saying that, oh, black men don't like to marry us. They don't want to get married. And, the same rigmarole that people always want to sit up there and spout to justify what it is that they're doing, even though statistically speaking, more black men and women are married and with each other than black men and black women being in interracial relationships. But like I said, people don't care about numbers when it doesn't specifically fit their narrative. So the comments, one above says that's why I don't date them, basically meaning black men. My time is precious. Another one said, my husband is white, met January, engaged in October, married in December of the same year. We'll be married 7 years this year. The other one underneath said, dated a white man and started talking about getting married about 2 months and then engaged at 6 months and married after 1.5 years and been married for 27 years now, right? So let's go into the sad video.
prolong everything. If it's talking, we're talking for 2 years. If it's dating, we're dating for 6 years. If it's getting engaged, we're engaged for 10 years. Why? I just feel like the culture in the white community is not like that. They be meeting on Monday. They start dating on Wednesday. 2 months, they're engaged. 6 months, they're married. They live happily ever after. And it goes back to my original question. Why do black men tend to wait a long time to commit? Because all these steps that are supposed to happen in a relationship, it's really not up to the girl. Like, at least for me, I'm not about to ask a man to be my boyfriend. I'm not about to ask a man to marry me. That's just me. So it's like we just be waiting on them because they're the ones who are supposed to make the moves, but they be wanting to take a century just to commit.
So what I noticed while I noticed several things here, but the main thing that I'm going to state that I noticed while she's talking about black men in a negative way is that on both of her hands, I don't see a ring at all. So you're saying on one end that black men don't do this and don't do that relationship wise, and that white men are doing better. Fine, cool. So it should be easy for you to go find a white man that's going to get married to you. But oddly enough, it seems as though that you haven't been able to do that. And it seems as though that you have no ring, not even an engagement ring, not even a Five Below ring directly on your finger. But yet you're up here talking about black men don't want to marry or get engaged to black women. Like I said before, statistically speaking, there are more black men and women engaged and married to each other versus being in interracial relationships. But yet you got birds like her directly online still out here talking the exact same nonsensical dribble about black men. Crazy work, while quote unquote uplifting white men. Crazy. This This is diabolical. It's like, yeah, black men, they don't do this, but these white men out here, they sitting up there snatching us up. They sitting up there marrying us left and right. And, look at how they sit up there getting married to all of these women out here. Black men, what is your problem? That's crazy. Just imagine if black dudes made a reverse video talking about like, yo, black women, you got all of these white women out here with their natural hair. What's up with that? Like, why is it that, white women and Indian women, they always got their natural hair, but, it seems like in the black community, black women just always sitting up there doing this and that. Do you understand how that would start wars? Do you understand how many women would sit up there and get so angry? And there would be a plethora, Pandora's box full of videos directly out here going in on that man if he ever made a comparison like that. He would be crucified like no other deity out here that you've ever seen in existence. And not only that, not only would he get crucified by black women in the black community, he would also get crucified by other women who are quote unquote black women allies. So he would just be marked. He would be considered a leper. That'd be it. He'll be an outcast. That's exactly what would sit up there and happen. But yet, this is what we have right now online. And you got women up here that continuously believe that, oh yeah, black men don't want to sit up here and get married to black women. Who specific? What married black men are y'all talking to out here? What married black couples are y'all talking to out here? Because obviously it's none. What married black stats and engagement stats y'all looking at? Obviously none. Again, this is to fit a specific profile where they are using black men as this type of stabilizing point so that they can pedestalize the men that they specifically want to go after. Because in order to show their obedience to certain men out here, they have to do this when it deals with black men. They have to put out that bird whistle. They have to put out that bat signal and let other dudes out there know that, hey, this is how we feel about black men. Come pick us up. Because those exact same ones feel the exact same way about black men. It'd be like that. Like I said, it's all cool. I just wish that people, if you got a preference, if you feel a certain type of way about black men, that's cool. Leave that in the darkness. Just pedestalize the men or the grouping of men that you desire and make just countless videos about them and stand directly on that. You shouldn't have to use black men as a foundation in order to lift up the men that you are specifically seeking the attention of. Like I said, I done said this like 99 different times, but here we are. Here we are. Crazy work though. But let's keep going.
Not up to the girl. Like, at least for me, I'm not about to ask a man to be my boyfriend. I'm not about to ask a man to marry me. That's just me. So it's like we just be waiting on them because they're the ones who are supposed to make the moves, but they be wanting to take a century just to commit.
Y'all, I'm dating my first white boy, and when I tell y'all I literally love it here, like, y'all, I love it here so bad. Bitch, the sex. I'm like, how the fuck do you know my body more than I know my own body, G? Like, when I tell y'all, that man turned me every which way but loose. Now, what's so crazy is this boy actually asked me the other day, like, how do you feel when you see white men with black women? And I'm like, I don't get no like, I don't, that shit don't concern me. But y'all, my white king, I love it here. Sorry. And y'all, I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel bad about it. Like, why do we as a race try to make each other feel bad for liking another race? Like, because that's just too old school. Like, I can't love a white man. I don't love him, y'all, but I love it here.
What race would you not date? Nothing darker than...
I just want to note, right? At no point in time during her excitement of getting her back broken, no point in time did she sit up there and say that the dude values her, respects her, treats her like a queen, pedestalizes her, kisses the ground as she walks on, that they plan on getting married. I didn't hear nothing about an engagement. I didn't hear nothing about conversations of boyfriend and girlfriend. I, I didn't hear, like I said, I didn't hear nothing. All I heard was that it was a fetish. All I heard was that everything was sexual. That's you can't make this up. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Like I said, how many times have I showed y'all videos where folks like this pull up to the scene and they be like, yo, black men just don't love us. They don't love my complexion. They don't love my hair. They're colorish and they're texturous. They don't love black women and they don't love their black mothers and sisters and the white dudes out here they appreciate and they love us. They instantly want to sit up there and get married and have kids and they want to sit up there and facilitate everything for us and they want to treat us like the queens we supposed to be. I didn't hear none of that from her. I didn't hear not 1 ounce of nothing. I didn't even see the white dude on screen. I heard something barking in the background, and I'm guessing that wasn't a dog. So, like I said, it's some wild work out there. All I'm hearing is like it was just pretty much a hit and run. This is, if people don't remember the video that I covered a video a while ago from what was the dude from Dawson's Crib? I mean Dawson's Creek. I'm sorry. I like saying Dawson's Crib, but it was a dude from Dawson's Creek. And he ended up dealing with the African girl from the UK from Queen and Slim. I forgot her name, Jody something. And they ended up having they mixed race kid, and they were I think pretty much divorced in about like a year or two. And I remember I put out the video, and I was specifically looking for this interview because the guy from Dawson's Creek specifically stated how they met. Do people know how they met? Just in case you don't know how they met, let me sit up there and get this woman's picture. Jody, let me see. What is it? Queen and Slim. Right? So what is her name? Jody Turner Smith. Thank you. There we go. Had to look her name up. Jody Turner Smith. Let me look at Joshua Jackson. That's yes. Let me show the couple, right? Gotta show the beautiful couple, right? Because this was the ideal couple that so many out there were just pedestalizing. It's like, they really she got her white king and because she's almost looking pretty reflective, right? So the craziest part is, while you had a lot of folks out there trying to pedestalize this whole relationship between these two, they met as a fetish. They met as a sexual relationship. They met as a one-night stand. And he came up with a bright idea. He was like, well, instead of, meeting like this every once in a while, why don't we get married so we can just do this all the time? It wasn't based off of love. He didn't love her because of her beautiful dark skin and she was in her natural hair and has her natural glow, and he's respecting her as the queen, the mother goddess, milk of magnesia that she is, and all this mother of the earth. It wasn't none of that. It was because they had a sexual interest in one another because of the whole taboo thing. She's black or dark complected. He's white. And then from that, they created a child. And then because I guess they got tired and bored, they ended up ending. And now, they're either divorced or, fully separated. And now she's a single mother. And, like I said before, I find it very funny that a lot of the people that pedestalize this whole relationship, and this was supposed to be the ideal thing, I don't see a lot of those people talking about this now, especially the divestors. I find that very interesting. This dude sat up there and made her a single mother, and nobody has nothing to state. Nothing at all. He just completely just cut and run. He was like, I don't want nothing to do with this no more. but again, let's go back. Hold on, let's pull it back.
You see,
Right, let me just pull it right back to this woman here, where she was saying that, oh, white dudes, they doing this, that, and the third, and they be getting married and rah 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 and yah. I mean, they were married. Again, going back to this picture here, they were married for about like 2 years. That's not really a marriage. I mean, I guess for celebrities that's a long time, but that's not really a marriage. They didn't even really do anything. That's pretty much like some honeymoon, type phase, stuff. But they were having their honeymoon while they were single and without kids. So again, what happened to that value? What happened to that respect that the darker complected woman is supposed to receive, because she's in her natural form, she's in her full beauty, and this man is the one that's supposed to respect and value and identify and uplift and fully value the earthly woman that she is, because she's the cradle of civilization and of the universe. Where was all of that? Nowhere. 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 Nowhere to be found. Nowhere. Like I said, I kept trying to like tell people this, like, yo, just because people are trying to tell you that something is better somewhere else, that doesn't mean that it's better. I got a video of a Japanese woman that is speaking out about the abhorrent treatment that she was receiving by her Muslim husband. And I'm in my mind, I'm not even Japanese, but I'm like, who told you to sit up there and get married to a Muslim man? Who told you to do that? Like, did you not like this is the thing that be just like, I'm just so confused about a lot of women when they want to get married to dudes of other cultures. I'm like, do y'all not do any research about their cultures, about how it is that those men treat their women? Like, women just don't do any research at all. They were like, love is love. All right, love is love up until you locked up in a dungeon or a cave or a cage somewhere, or you locked up in a well and Lassie is barking for you. Oh, what? The girl is stuck down a well. Where is she at, Lassie? Where is she at? Yeah, and that's the only help that's going to come for you. But nobody can speak Lassie or Eco or Flipper the dolphin, so you're just going to be stuck right down there, and it's going to be on you. You better learn how to claw yourself out. You better use some Metal Gear Solid survival techniques, like MacGyver your way about it. Like I said, a lot of people put themselves in predicament that they don't specifically need to be directly in. And this is why I said, specifically for, let's say, like a Jodie Turner, a lot of women out here, y'all need therapy and healing. Like I said, y'all might have just like kept running, compounding, running to the exact same guy, just with different faces. And you just didn't learn. You just didn't sit up there and pay attention. So you enabled all of these dudes to treat you a certain type of way and to make you feel a certain type of way, because you allowed them into your space, because you were specifically unhealed because of whatever you faced or whatever trauma that you went through in the past. So you think that now this white dude is going to come along and he's going to basically be Mr. Perfect, and he's going to rescue me and heal everything that I've ever went through, and I'm not going to have to do any initial work. No, you're still going to be just like you were broken in those previous relationships with those previous guys. You're bringing that same brokenness into that other relationship. This is exactly why you ended up with this white dude, and y'all started y'all marriage from a hit and run, from a one night stand, and from that created a child, and now that child is fatherless. Now you're a single mother, and you can't blame black men for it. But I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna be like, well, Jodie Turner wouldn't actually be like this if the father was in the picture, if the father was there, if she had black males that actually cared about her in her community, if the black men she dealt with actually loved her and the skin that she was in, and if they loved their natural hair and weren't so colorist and texturous, then maybe she wouldn't have ended up like this. It's still the black man's fault. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. But like I said, you can't help a lot of people, even when you sit up there
Like that.
and
They be me.
give them very specific messages. And one of those messages we're going to go right to here.
What race would you not date? Nothing darker than me. Indian. I'm so white that like the cultural barrier, nothing but white girls, bro. Yeah! He knows what's up. All right.
So we heard that, right? And these are the exact same guys that a lot of black girls are chasing because they're going to show that they're different. They're going to do whatever they need to do to sit up there and appeal directly to these guys. And that's going to be the one main highlight that they're going to spread to the other girls out there. And I've seen it before directly online where women have found these guys who have a preference of the women of their race, and they get hyped and they start really speaking about, oh, well, he had this preference, and I came along, and he went from his preference to basically being with and dating me, and da 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 da. You thinking that you're an anomaly. You're not. You're just a trial. 360 had a lot of trials for 14 days. I'm not sure if a lot of women weren't really gamers back then, but a lot of things have trials. Netflix used to have trials, right? Hulu used to have trials. Crackle used to have trials. Redbox had trials. Everything out here has a trial. You are a trial for this one moment in time. These dudes clear cut have a preference. They're going to have fun. That's what they're going to do. In order for them to have fun, if that means that they have to, show you or give you certain things, they're going to, sit up there and do that. But at the end of the day, they're going to go right back home. Shout out to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, because that's exactly what happened. We saw that live in 4K. Travis Kelce left the black girl that he was dating for Taylor Swift. Machine Gun Kelly has a biracial daughter. The girl, not his wife, the girl that he had a child with was a black woman, is a black woman. And those two are not together. You see, and matter of fact, let me put it to you like this. Machine Gun Kelly impregnated a black woman and made her a single mother, all 2 years later, just to be with Megan Fox and actually get married to her and not even have kids. That's wild. That man did not make Megan Fox a single mother, though. I'll tell you that one. Oh, that's wild. That is diabolical. Made a black woman a single mother, but did not do that to a woman. Did not do that to a woman that he was married to. Whew. That is crazy. That is wild. And I covered that too. And then I covered more stuff on what's that dude? Machine Gun Kelly. On the whole thing of that during the time when I think what was it, Kaylee, whatever the girl's name is, Jenner, was like 16 during the time, and he was in his 20s. And he said he would sit up there and would have no problem sitting up there being with that girl who was 16 at the time. I'm like, and this is who black women were up here champion. They were really trying to solidify this dude as just the one because he was with a black woman and had a daughter. I'm like, that's all it takes. That's it. The bar is so low, it is incredible. It's like, wow, I don't even know where it is, but I'm walking over it though. That is some wild work out here. But like I said before, the same thing that people normally say, like, the value, I'm pretty sure, Machine Gun Kelly, he valued and respected that black woman he had that his daughter with. I'm pretty sure. Respected her enough not to get married to her. Make her a single mother. Yep. Turned right around and got married to a white woman. That's crazy. Oh. So then you got the next group directly out here. What is it? Nicolandria, whatever it is, like the Love Paradise, whatever that show is. Yeah, now you got the exact same thing where you got this dark-skinned girl, and you got this, I'm not sure if to do the Spanish or white or whatever it is. And you got a whole bunch of black girls online hyping that up. And I'm like, here we go again. Here we go again. Oh my God. But like I said, it'd be like that though. It's some wild work. But like I said, shout out to these white dudes here. They clearly got a preference. And it is okay to have that preference. There's some women out here that are going to have a problem with them having that preference, but for me, it is okay. Everybody has that right to want to sit up there and date those who are reflective of their community. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, I will say magically is something wrong with it if you are black though, because magically people don't want you to do that. If you say that you got a preference, if you are black and you say that you got a preference to date within your community to date other black people are going to call you racist. And this is when you got to start questioning a lot of stuff. It's like, how did that become racist? Because I'm like, everybody around the world practice this, right? Africans do it all the time. They date within their tribe. Respect to that. I have no problem with that, right? Or they date, within their country. I respect to that. No problem with that, right? You got a lot of you got a lot of other communities out here. You got the Japanese. They tend to date and get married to other Japanese because they want to keep their culture. I get that, no problem, right? I'm pretty sure you got the Russians that do it. You got the Chinese that do it. You got a lot of people that do it. But for whatever reason, when Black Americans are like, "Yo, I think I want to stay within bounds of what I see. I love my people. I want to be directly with my people." People are like, "Oh no, you're racist. Why would you not want to date somebody of another race? Like, why would you just want to close yourself off from everybody else just to date your own? Like, that's preposterous." And I'm like, yo, why is it that Black Americans always come under attack when things like that are stated? That is always wild to me. That is, it's always just something that I've always found to be pretty weird. Oh, you said it. Don't forget about Eve. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Eve was looking like one of the handmaids at the table. The whole table, you saw like 20 white folks there, and Eve was the only one. She was looking like a nanny. She was looking like that foreign nanny that they always have, and she was there taking care of the kids. That's what it was looking like. I would have actually never imagined in 1,000 years that Eve would have, did that, but it'd be like that. But then again, I originally thought that Eve was a lesbian. Like I said, I was still cool with Eve. Like anytime that Eve would show up, I'm like, oh shit, Eve was in a video. She looking nice. Like, oh, what is Eve? Oh, okay, I see you. Just like the same thing with the brat. Well, the brat is a different story. She's with a black woman. But again, the brat, she was lesbian. Didn't look like it to me. But oddly enough, what a lot of people don't even understand about the brat is at one moment in time, she was actually with Allen Iverson. I was like, that's crazy. And I'm like, you seen Brad back in the day? AI, you had that? Brother, what happened? Brother. And the stories that the Brad was sitting up there telling, I'm like, wow. I'm like, she was getting down like that. I'm like, that's wild. But yeah, it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Old school said, let's look at Africa, and these Chinese men are leaving these African women as single mothers, and nobody's raging on about it. But somehow it will come down to being a black man's fault. Yeah, it'd be like that. Somebody has to be the scapegoat. Somebody has to be the one to take the blame, even when they had nothing to do with it. Because what people are going to sit up there and say is like, oh well, if quote unquote, because I have to put it like this because this is the way it normally works. Well, if the black men were sitting up there protecting African women, the Asiatic man would never be able to do this. Nah, this don't got nothing to, no. Women can freely be with whoever it is that they want to sit up there and be with. This is why I said to time and time again on a lot of live streams and videos, I have no control. I have no say so. I have no ownership over any black women directly out here. Black women are autonomous. They can go to and from and do whatever it is and see whoever it is that they want to sit up there and do. So within that, right? So within respecting that also means that at no point in time could I ever sit up there and be blamed if anything takes place to happen. It is not my job. The moment in time that you got women moving over to a whole nother, pasture over yonder, into a whole nother ecosystem, I don't got nothing to do with that. There's no bird whistle. There is no daily planet watch that you can click with supersonic frequencies that I can hear to come to a rescue. There's nothing I can do about that, because the moment in time that you decide to move over yonder, that means that the men of that community should automatically be protecting you, providing for you, and looking directly out for you. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. People can hate me for saying that, but that's the way I sit up there and look at it. And that's in the reverse. That's how black women online have looked at black men. They were like, hey, for the black men, if you go out there and you dibbling and dabbling in snow and something happens, don't look for us to sit up there and put on our suits and march for you and this, that, and that. All right, cool. I respect that. No problem. And I give the exact same energy in return. So we should have no problems here. There should be there should be no errors, no problems of understanding. Gail said Megan Fox had 3 kids by another man too. Ooh, it be like that. Didn't even know. Wait, she got kids? Wow, that's wild. That's wild. Shout out to Gail, because I didn't even realize Megan Fox even had 3 kids. Because anytime I see her on the red carpet, I don't see no kids. She good at hiding those kids. Let me tell you something. She's good at hiding those kids. Oh, wait, Pink said, hold on, says I genuinely believe that Travis left Kayla because she made him wash his feet. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The main thing I remember covering was the fact that she went on what's that girl from Ice Age? What's that girl? Angel Reese. Because she went on Angel Reese's podcast and she stated that does she look like a 50-50 type of girl? I'm like, you done lost your mind. First of all, I'm like, yo, for you, okay, it's like, all right, cool. You a black woman. If you wanted to try to come down negative on a black dude, all right, cool. That's going to sit up there and sell you some tickets. You're going to make it somewhere. You're going to be a black woman and you're going to sit up there and try to badmouth a white man, out of all men, a white man on a black female podcast. You've lost your mind. You've lost your mind. I did not see not one divester agree with that woman. They all shut up that day. They did not see that. They might have agreed with their relationship, but when she opened her mouth and started talking, trying to badmouth Travis Kelce, oh, they had nothing to say. It was mum was the word. It was Sandra Bullock. They were blind. Stevie Wonder in there. They were not there for that one. They signed out. They clocked out. And I was like, well, you're on your own now. Because you talking stupid. And because she decided to talk stupid, because from what I remember, that 3 to 5, maybe 7K a month allowance that he was giving her from his own money from brutalizing his body on the field, that money that he was giving her wasn't enough. She wanted more. Nah, brother. You should have learned how to manage that money. If you're getting 3 to 7K a month, you better learn how to sit up there. You're getting free money. And you mean to tell me that your lifestyle is so great that can't hold you? Nah, you living outside your means, brother. Living outside your means. And like I said, she had a nice run. She had her 15 minutes of fame on social media and whatnot, and she was doing good. And then her last little stunt that she pulled was that she got dressed up looking like a fool. And I said this before. Did I do a video on that? What's that girl? What's that girl name? Kayla. I gotta type it in. Travis Kelce's black girlfriend. That's what, because I don't know her name. There we go. Black girlfriend automatically popped up. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, gotta put you back up there, champ. Yeah. Gotta put that picture back up there. Look at how she was smiling. She was so proud. Look that woman. Look at that. She was proud. She was 1,000. Look at her. She was like, yeah, she doing her big one. She got the bag. She was like, got the best of the best. I'm here. I'm in the promised land. All to get beat out by Taylor Swift. I mean, well, you got beat out by a billionaire. So I mean, it'd be like that. Nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do. But yeah, she decided to do one more stunt to get a little bit of attention. And what she decided to do was on Halloween. She copied, she did a whole Tony Braxton thing, quote unquote, the man wasn't man enough for me. But I'm like, you wasn't saying that when you were sitting up here on these red carpets smiling with this dude. You wasn't saying this when you were showing up after the game and you were kissing on him. Like, that's wild to me. That's wild. Like, to my knowledge, and again, this is not me trying to defend him, I don't remember the dude, technically saying anything bad about her, but she decided to do this. But you're supposed to be over this dude. He's basically married now. And your last stunt on Halloween was to do this Tony Braxton, he's not man enough for me. To basically show that you're not over him. And you decided like a dummy to get online and dress up for him and to basically dance for him. And you had women out there considering that was a chess move and it was a win. Okay. That was not a win. You're not winning. You're not winning against Taylor Swift. She got $1 billion. You're not winning nowhere. Even if Taylor Swift was making songs about you, you're not winning nowhere. You're not beating that. She has a B directly on there. Travis Kelce was giving you an allowance, and you said that wasn't enough for you. All right, brother, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Ooh, nah. You ain't talking about what's her face? You said the woman from Jamie Foxx show is a single mother, and she said that she regrets for not being with Jamie Foxx in real life. Oh, what's that girl's name? You talking about Fancy? That's wild. That is wild. And then the craziest part is Will Smith before Jada, he had a lot of different chances to be with some other women as well too. But women were like, no, he was too nice, boring, this, that, and the third, and all the other type of stuff. I'm like, well, be like that. Leroy said some Arabs date their cousins. I mean, yeah, they do that in a lot of countries. I can tell you that one. Usual was like black queens forever, snow bunnies never. Brought up the Dr. Umar, the classic. YouTube said, yep, the same. To be honest, I want to keep our image and our lineage. Gotcha. Ronnie said nobody cares when black people date other black people. Well, nobody's talking to you. How about that one? You said nobody cares. Obviously, you're somebody that does care because you made a comment about it. You could have actually see. This is how stupid y'all get. Y'all say on one end that nobody cares, but this out of the whole live stream, that's the one part that you decided that you wanted to comment on. Out of almost close to 2 hours, which is wild to me. That's diabolical within itself. So that shows that you actually do care. Good job on that, though. Good job. You got that one. You can try again. YouTube said, but yeah, I don't know. It's wild. Pink said, we all know that Kayla had Travis smelling aggressively like soap, and he Yo, that is wild. That is wild. 840. I'm not gonna say the first part because it sounds weird. 840. You said you do have a preference to date in the black. What? Date black if you want to date black. Most other races are not allowed to date out of their race. Do people just like do people like not just like think things over before they happen to type it? Because it's just like that just sounds completely weird. You have a preference to date in the black. In the black? You mean in the dark? Like nighttime? Like if a power outage happened and the moon is not out there. I'm just, that just threw me off. Timmy said black men should be open and loud about dating black women. Look at these white, happy, proud, saying no black women over here. Black men do the same and say no Viking questions over here. Oh my goodness. Jacob, what is up? You said the melanated woman is the gold standard, and that standard is obsolete when others are added into the equation. I got you. Steve said the brat is finer than her sister. Yeah, she is. I mean, still to this day, the brat still look good. Still look good. It'd be like that though. YouTube said, once you've been tainted, don't touch me. Steve said the B-dub is our enemy. They hate God, productive black men, and the children in themselves. YouTube said, wait, is it YouTube? Yeah, YouTube said, random. I'm just gonna say it as random. He said Angel Reese also reposted videos of mixed women screaming how their life is better after they stopped dating black men. I mean, it'd be like that. Like I said, I pay attention. I watch a lot of stuff. I think I might have seen the video that you're talking about directly on her page. I mean, it'd be like that. Like I said before, she's gonna have an uphill battle due to the fact that she is tall and she's not going to date a guy that is shorter. So she is fighting with women who are below her height for men who are at or above her height. So good luck. A lot of short women are going to be winning. Like I said, it's going to be an uphill battle unless she goes over to like some other countries, like some areas in Africa. Good luck. Good luck, because there's a rare chance that Angel Reese will get married to a guy in the NBA. Rare. Because 9 times out of 10, guys in NBA are not married to tall women. They're married to women who are more than likely average height, or even if they're dating, again, dating women who are average height. Be like that. Gail said, and I said you calling Angel Reese the character from Ice. I couldn't remember her name. I couldn't remember her name. Uh you're not going to sit up there and tell me that you don't see it. You're not going to tell me at this moment in time, Gail, that you don't. Wait, you mean to tell me I didn't get that picture? That is wild. Let me see. All right, so this is the picture right here, right? You're not going to tell me you don't see it. Am I the only one? Maybe it's just me though. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Tippy said, "Show it." Oliver said, "Life be lifing." Yo, what is up, Bonaparte? What is going on? What is going on? He said, "Notice how happy Travis is with Kayla." Um, you know, it be like that. It be like that. You know, it be like that. But he decided, it was like, hey, I'm about to be with Taylor. And I'm pretty sure it got to a certain point in time where people sat up there and got into his ear. They were like, yo, you get into the upper echelon now. It's not going to be too good if this is the look that you're going for. You're going to have to sit up there and swap it over, right? You had some fun here with this girl here. You're going to have to ditch her and go for something in the upper echelon. And somehow, some way, Travis Kelce ended up getting directly with Taylor Swift, and the rest of the story was history. It be like that though. It be like that. Pink said, "Come on, Seiji. Travis look aggressively clean in the photo next to her." I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The reason why I got a problem with a lot of stuff is because it got to the point by way of mainstream media where when Travis was getting the normal haircuts that are in the black community, you have people trying to dub that the Travis Kelce, and I'm like, yeah, we're not doing that. We are not. We are not doing. He even got to the point where he was like, "Yo, no, this is the black community been doing this. Like, this is not mine." Like I said, when it gets to the point where a white dude has to sit up there and correct people, you know it's a problem. Like I said, this is why it's problematic. And I can promise you, she wasn't going to say nothing because she was sitting right there. She was like, "Hi, yes, it is the Travis Kelce." She was like, "It is the Travis Kelce, not Mrs. Kelce." I promise you. I promise you. It's like I said, it's crazy out here. Tippy said his blazer looks too small for him. It's probably just the way the button is. Jim said, "Hi, I'm new here. Yo, what is up? What is up?" YouTube said he literally looks like he picked up a weave wearing hooker with a pretty face. He looks like he belongs. She doesn't. Oh, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Bonaparte said, what is it, Garcelli? Hopefully I said that right. He said Garcelli had a white husband and she still got divorced. Now she is a divorced mother of a biracial children by a white man, and she should have dated Jamie. Oh, okay. So that's the lady's name from the Jamie Foxx show. But I could have sworn, isn't the actress who plays Fancy, isn't she from the islands though? Let me see that. Now I gotta look this up. I could swear that she is from islands. I forgot where she was from. Fancy from the Jamie Foxx show. Yeah, she's Haitian. Yeah. Yep. It said she is a Haitian American actress. See, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Like I said, she opted not to. If she opted not to be with Jamie Foxx, that was on her. She obviously thought that it was better, elsewhere, and you know, that's what be happening. That's what be happening. YouTube said, "No, we're not doing that no more." In facts, Tippy said, "I wish I was short." Thanks, says Yellow. I'm only talking about Angel Reese. I ain't sitting up there talking about you. Adventure said, "I'm surprised that they let Angel outside without a helmet. That's crazy." YouTube said, "The resemblance is uncanny." Tippy said, "You ain't as Seiji." Okay, maybe it wasn't just me then. All right. Tippy said, "Well, I look like a chipmunk." Technically, it would be chipette. It would be a chipette. The chipmunks are the boys, and the chipettes are the girls. I at least remember that far back. YouTube said he looks clean. Gail said he doesn't wash his feet, and Taylor doesn't wash her legs. A match made in heaven. I didn't. She don't wash her legs. That's wild. I didn't know that. Oh, you talking about Taylor Swift? Okay, I got you. Tippy said the blazer looks too small for him. His button is ready to pop off. YouTube said, "Yes, that swag is Black American." Yes, it is. Shauna, what is up? What is up? You said Meg Thee Stallion, who is tall as I don't know what got Clay Thompson. So but see, this is the thing. That was just. I'm just gonna be real. That was just like random. I don't think anybody saw that coming at all because when you look at Meg and a lot of these female rappers, you automatically know the type of guys that they are directly into. Before Clay Thompson, Meg Thee Stallion was with what was that dude's name? Party. So, like I said, like you already know what it was. Clay is basically like the safe bet. Clay is like Steph Curry, basically. And like I said, that's not a slight or anything like that. What I'm saying is like Clay Thompson looks like a nice dude that he's going to like actually treat a woman well, respect them, value them, and things of that nature. Now Meg, on the other hand, that doesn't really seem like her type of guy. I'm just going to be honest. I'm looking at the track record. That is not any of the types of guys that she has specifically been with. And I'm just being honest. Again, I'm looking at the track record and the guys that she has been linked directly to. So we'll see how long this one lasts. We will see how long this lasts. If it's a publicity stunt or how this in a sense works. We'll see. Only time will tell. And usually for celebrities, it's basically 5 minutes. It's usually how it works. Bonaparte said yes, and she is West Indian Islander. LMJ, what is up? You said folks get married and divorced every day. That is facts. That is facts. Let me highlight that. You said Mata'a, what is up? You said 1840s. You said 1804s. Love the wit men. Bonaparte said Haitians have major issues with colorism. Austin, what is up? You said Meg and Clay look fake. It be like that. J49, what is up? You said she belongs to the streets and she is in the trenches. Jacob, what is up? You said the history of them and the horror stories towards another human race. You think there'd be enough evidence and info available to stop Eve from propping up their masters like this? I mean, it'd be like that. Like I said, if they feel that these are the individuals who have treated them or gave them the most versus black dudes, that's what's going to happen. That's what people tend to do. Like I said, somebody has to be the foundation. Somebody has to be the counter, right? So if we're going to be always talking about the light and the goodness, somebody has to be the darkness. Somebody has to be the evil. The greatest salesman of that everybody believes in around the world, Black American men. Nobody can do it better, no matter what history says. JS said, I've got 3 gallons of hot dog water. That's crazy. My ties, it's edgy. Power to you. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you and yours. Tippy said, "What's the next video, Seji?" You know, the funniest thing is, I think technically, what was that actually it? Technically, let me see. This could, I mean, I could technically put this into a whole nother thing, because I do have other videos directly up here. I'm scanning through real quick. Um, hmm. All right. No. Well, that one would have to get edited directly out. Let me see. Mind your business. That was the whole video for like the YN thing. I got you. That's a previous one. Somebody said dating and being broke. Okay, we covered that video. That video. I'm looking through real quick. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't put this video up. I knew I missed the video. I got you. What? You gotta be joking. Wait a minute. Let me see. Actually, I do have another video for you. Now I gotta look back. Okay, I gotta edit that one later. I'll just come back to that one later, so I can get the other. Where is that video at? Didn't I? Okay, I got it. I think it's in the normal area. Where's the woman with the red hair? Where is she at? Let me see. Red hair. Okay, there we go. So let's take a listen to this one.
Did I tell y'all? What did I say? I said the only thing that changed with these is their needs and their objectives. And if you're not meeting his needs, sister, he has no purpose for you. It's your homegirl, Coach China. Make sure that you subscribe here and follow me on all my social media as well as YouTube. Make sure you get your ebook copies and subscribe, because I cannot really teach you how to breadcrumb with each trauma publicly, because who else watching the That's why I keep trying to get y'all on the private side, sis.
I just want to state that the reason I want to list how the psychology works when she said that, because she's mentioning this information as if it's like some type of close kept secret, and that she knows that men are going to be watching. She's on social media. She's on TikTok. Her main thing is that she talks about men. She knows that by way of the algorithm, certain words that you happen to mention, the way that you happen to tag the videos, that sooner or later her video is going to show up randomly in guys' algorithms, especially if it's on TikTok. And like I said, it's a two-folded type of thing. Number one, she's going to get guys directly there trying to converse or have a back and forth. And then number two, by way of that happening, that's then going to validate what it is that she's saying or trying to sell specifically to a lot of these women. If she specifically wanted to keep this a secret and hush hush, she could have did a Telegram, right? She could have did had this posted on X. She could have put this on a variety of sites. There's also female blogs that she could have put this directly on. What's one of the main ones that I showed? What was it? Lipstick Alley or something like that. Like I said, they got a lot of different like female blogs out here where it's just specifically women. She could have put all of this stuff there, but she opted not to, because it's not going to get the eyes that she wants. It's not going to get the traction. She needs men to specifically be there to be the selling point, so that she can be like, aha, I got you. See, look, women, look at how these men acting. Look at what they're saying. Look at how they are in this comment section. Right? Let's keep going.
And let me tell y'all, I told y'all in that other video, I said, sis, you might be right, but I want to know how successful your marriage.
I like how we went from like a red wig to a blonde one. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Colors be switching real quick. Color switching real quick. Let's continue.
It really is. So pull back. It's for every woman who married or in a long-term relationship. Pull back from everything. No love making, no cooking, no cleaning. no nurturing, no asking him how his day was, no feeding into his ego, no taking care of him, no asking him anything like that makes him feel great. Pull back from all of that. Why?
So I just got a question for any woman that is here. Why would a woman that is more than likely single, that is trying to sell you books, talking about crumbs and talking about men and all this other type of stuff in a negative way, why, if you are in a long term or in a marriage, why would you listen to a woman telling you to pull back from the things that people normally do in relationships to see how the man is going to treat you? What? Like that's the dumbest thing. What do you think is going to sit up there and happen? That's going to cause problems in a relationship. The dude's going to be sitting up there looking like, yo, what is wrong? Like, what did I specifically do? Like, do we need to have a conversation about something or whatnot or whatever? All this, like, there's going to cause a tremendous amount of issue, and then it's going to cause speculations that don't even specifically need to happen. But the reason why they're happening is because you got a lot of women that listen to women like this. She ain't teaching women how to sit up there and get married. She's not teaching women how to stay or to get into a long-term relationship that'll lead into whatnot or whatever. She's not talking about none of that. She's not even talking about how to even nurture a long-term relationship or even trying to will a long-term relationship into your reality. She's telling women that are already in a stable relationship, like, yo, I want to show you how these men actually are. Just pull back. Don't even be a woman no more. Don't be loving. Don't be caring. Don't be packing a lunch. Don't be making dinner. Don't even sleep with the dude that you with. Don't do anything that you would normally do for me. Watch what he does. If you're a woman and you listen to this, I want you to know that you are setting yourself up for failure. Because at the end of the day, because what she is not specifically telling a lot of women is, before women came directly into guys' lives, guys were just by themselves. So guys are used to being by themselves. So if she gets women to listen to her, you got to understand that guys are already used to that. They're used to not even having that. Guys are just used to just being in some like dark corner, surviving and just having, the bare little bit of whatever it is. Guys are used to the world or other people not specifically caring about them, not knowing that they exist and all this other type of stuff. This is why guys have other avenues of places that they can go to put their minds, right? So you got, video games, you got, work, you got a variety of other hobbies, you got, hanging out with the boys, you got sitting up there building, you got working out and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, she's setting a lot of women up here for failure, all to sit up there and sell some books. But let's keep going.
Came, long-term girlfriends came, y'all came and say, why would I stop doing all that? That's what I'm supposed to do, because it made you feel like you had to do that. But do y'all know, not only do their needs change and their objectives change, your damn rating change. Let me show y'all how these rating y'all coming straight from a.
So I also want to specify that the reason that it cuts in and out is because she kept referring to black. Again, she's talking about black men only black men. And she kept referring to them as ninjas, for a lack of a better word. So in my mind, I already know the caliber of men that she's talking about. But in general, you have a lot of women like this that tend to speak on black men like this and just refer to all black men as this. So then that also leads me to believe that, again, they are specifically choosing to deal with a certain type of guy. Let's keep going.
Man says she can't be a perfect 10 if my needs not met. And y'all thought I was just filling y'all ass up with smoke. I told y'all several videos ago, y'all thought I was lying, or why y'all just want to come in there. You are of no importance to a nigga whose needs you are not meeting. He will not even give you a rating in his life. He won't even give you an option to be in his life if you are not meeting his needs. That's every nigga. Y'all swear they love and like. No, they be in survival mode. Can you meet their needs? Can you be mommy again?
This question, why is it every single time that black men are mentioned and it has to do with relationship, the terminology of "can you be his mom"? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, because no other I've never heard this being referenced towards any other race of men. Because for whatever reason, automatically, whenever it's a black man in a relationship, automatically the woman has to be like the mother. Nobody finds that to be weird. Like nobody's saying that in reverse. When it's a black dude that's taking care of a black woman, nobody's saying like, he's obviously your dad, no, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Like there always has to be some type of negative. So taking care of a black guy emotionally or just being there for him just basically means that you automatically as a woman you're his mom now. Or then better yet, people want to swap it and basically say that woman is basically that black man's slave because you're doing everything for him. Let's keep going.
You make sure she's good, because if you can't do that, then on their scale and they rate us, there's a rating. Did y'all know there's a rating? Hold on, let me show you more. All right, here we go. A perfect 10. He thinking talk about a perfect 10. Some of them say they'll take a 7.5. See how they rating y'all based on y'all aesthetics?
Brother, women rate guys all the like. What are we talking? Like, dude, how many birds do we got out here? That's just what I want to know. What type of zoo do we need? What type of zoo do we need? Because this is just some straight bird talk right here. She's like, see, Leah, I gotcha. Look at these men. Look how they sitting up there rating us. Women rate dudes all the time. What are we talking about? We're in a judgmental society. Like, what have you been asleep for like 1,000 years? Have you been asleep for that? Like, men know that women judge other men. Like, we don't care. It be like this. Like, this is crazy to me. It's like this. And you're getting mad because of what a dude said that a woman can't be a 10 if she's not meeting his needs. All right, so she falls below a 10. So okay, so what's the problem? So obviously when she meets the needs or whatever criteria is, she obviously the rating is gonna go up. It's the exact same thing with women. Women are like, well, if this dude was actually built differently, if he was taller, if he had more money, obviously he would be more attractive. Attractiveness is a rating. Like, this is the craziest thing, and women are eating this up. Women are actually eating this up. This is wild.
Based on y'all, what y'all do for them, there it is again. She can't be a perfect 10 if my needs not met. You ain't nothing but a means to an end to them, sis. That do not like you, never did, never will. They're incapable.
Who said that? How many birds are really listening? So because these dudes are sitting up there because of what was posted and they make a response, her whole thing is like, see, black women, these guys, they're incapable of actually loving you and caring about you. They just can't sit up there and do it. They never even liked you in the first place. What? Brother, just sit up there and say that you're selling like lesbian books. Just say that you're teaching how to be a lesbian 101. Just do that. Just do it and call it a day. Like, stop using black men as some type of jump off point to either have these black women out here dating interracially or going into lesbianism. Like, that's crazy to me. That's 100% wild. And like I said before, 9 times out of 10, you got women like this that ain't even in a relationship, can't even get into or even hold a stable or long-term relationship at all. They can't even sit long enough by themselves to even be by themselves and with themselves. But yet they can be online telling other women about men. Okay. Lord have mercy. Let's keep going.
When you're tired of being rated and your value chosen by a man who don't give a fuck about you from the beginning, then you'll get Breadcrumbs Only Book 1. For the ones who are in marriages and long-term relationships, your value is only based on the needs you meet. You'll get Breadcrumbs Only, No Meals Book 2. And once y'all see that these don't like y'all for real, then you'll get Book 3 to exit out emotionally, then physically. Catch my next live and understand why I am the breadcrumbing queen. Why I keep telling y'all to never date just one, sis. You still a means to his end.
This is why I say in so many videos, a lot of women out here need to go see therapy. Because this just ain't it. This is not it. So now she's sitting up there trying to tell women like, what you need to do is just sit up there and date, multiple dudes and just do that. You do realize that if You got a woman out here dating like multiple dudes and jumping from guy to guy to guy to guy to guy sexually. Chances are very great that she is not going to be able to just like settle down and just commit and just be fine with like sitting there. She's just not. Because case in point, there's a lot of women that are part of the industry, the adult kind, and you don't see them married. You see quite a bit of them in their retirement. They're trying to find love. They're trying to look for love. But again, they've done so much stuff throughout the years that in my mind, it would be impossible for them to actually settle because they've been with so many different men and had so many different experiences. Um, for at least them, it would be impossible for any guy to just, you know, do what it is that they need to be done. They would literally need 100 different guys. Like not even a joke. It's not even a slight. Just dealing with the type of work that they do, they would need 100 different guys to just facilitate just the means. Um yeah, so for a lot of women out there, she is selling you a bridge at this moment in time. It is going to lead nowhere. It's a bridge. It is a 100%. It's a bridge for sale, but it's going nowhere. I'll tell you that. You're free to buy it. Matter of fact, she got 3 different bridges. She got part 1, 2, and 3 of the bridge. Go right up there. Go right up there and sit up there and buy that bridge and let me know how it goes. Like I said, if you want to be a woman and you want to date multiple dudes directly out here, go out there and put your body directly on the line, knowing the fact of all of the STDs and STIs directly out here, the infection rates that are going on at this moment in time. We got super chlamydia or gonorrhea directly out here. Go right ahead as a woman and start jumping from pole to pole to pole and seeing which guy basically suits you. And let me know how that my chart looks. Because let you get infected while listening to this face directly on the screen with the red hair, and she ain't gonna be able to save you. She gonna call you a lost cause, but she gonna make sure to keep whatever money that you sit up there and give her, and she's gonna move on to the next sucker, because that's exactly what you are if you sitting up there listening to this. If you going out here and putting your body directly on the line, and I wanted to make this very clear. She's talking to women who are in marriages and committed relationships, because those are the main ones that she specifically at the beginning of the video was pointing at and giving this information directly to. This is why she gave the last 2 books. It was like, oh, well, this is for the women that are in the committed relationship and the marriages. And then the 3rd book is for the ones that's trying to get directly out and all this other. Yeah. Yeah. She's trying to ruin your relationship. Your relationship could be all good. But like I said, sometimes when it deals with women, you got some women directly out there that's like, you know what? Let me sit up there and test the bounds for no reason. For no reason at all. Nothing needs to actually be tested in a relationship, but let me just sit up there and test them. You're going to test the wrong guy. You're going to lose everything because of her. Because of her. And that's what's going to have her coming back with more clientele, because y'all going to be dumb enough to sit up there and listen to women like this on social media that don't know nothing about nothing. If this was a woman that actually had a successful relationship, successful marriage, long-term anything, all of her stuff would be drastically different. This is by all means coming from a place of hurt, coming from a place of, hey, I kept repeatedly dealing with the exact same type of guy. I never worked on myself. I never sought therapy. I never decided to change my energy. I decided to hang on to any type of trauma that those guys basically gave to me. And then from that, I looked at every other guy that's not them as those guys that hurt me, versus giving all of that energy to the specific guys that hurt me and leaving that there. That's what you're looking at. That is what you're looking at. Like I said, that's 1,000% crazy to me. And again, for any woman out here that is clear cut, listening to it is wild to me. Like, that is 100% diabolical. You are going to set yourself directly up for failure. And if you are single and you're just looking and you're listening to this woman, again, you ain't going to find nobody. Because like I said, it's crazy to me that you got women out here that don't want to listen to married women or women that are in successful relationships and or marriages. They would rather listen to broke, bitter women who can't sit up there and actually find or get the man that they actually want to be with. That's wild to me. That's crazy. That's like a dude listening to a hunter that ain't never hunt or caught nothing in his life and thinking that that dude is a master. That's wild to me. You're not going to sit up there and listen to nobody that never went through any trials or errors that never been successful. But you got women out here that'll listen to other unsuccessful women and think that this shit is like just 100% the Bible. That's wild to me. That is diabolical. Diabolical. And then again, like I said before, the whole thing with the wig change, like, brother, like that ain't it. That ain't it. I'm looking directly at the forehead. It's all like shiny and stuff. She got a vanity light directly in front of her face because I'm looking at the circle. And if you look at the middle of her forehead, you see the light from the ceiling, and then you see the vanity circle light directly in the center of her forehead. That's wild to me. Or maybe she got like a front light directly on the camera or something. I don't know. But yeah, this ain't it. This ain't it. And the craziest part is, like I told y'all before, all of this rhetoric that she and many other women are speaking is going directly to your daughters. So just like how a lot of these women speaking this who are older, she's probably what, like 30s. I'm trying to figure out what, like 30s, 40s, something like that, somewhere in there. She's going to be handing this off to women that are in their 20s. She's going to be handing this off to your teenage daughters who are in their teens. So all of this animosity and jadedness that she got, she's going to be handing down that trauma directly to the younger generations. And those younger generations are not going to find the right guys at all because they're going to think that they know everything without having any type of experience. Like I promise you, it is going to be bad out here. Like I said, wait until about let me give it. Let me see. We in 2025. Yeah. 2030, you'll see something. 2030, you'll see some 2030, 2035. You will see the outcome of a lot of this madness that you're able to see that is just freely directly out here. And the end result is going to be that when everything falls down and it's looking real bad, black men, it's your fault. Black men, if you treated black women better, if you did this, that, and the third, if the black fathers were in a household, if black men were loving and caring and protected us and yada yada yada, then none of this would have happened. If you guys are actually that's what's going to happen. The blame game is going to start yet again. Instead of people looking at who is putting out this information on all of these platforms. And again, I'm not sitting up there putting this information out. I'm not. I'm showcasing it so that we, can critique and have a conversation directly about it, so that people know the signs and the symptoms, so that people know where it's coming from, and then from there you can figure out how to sit up there and fix it. But yeah, this is crazy. This is 100% crazy. Somebody said, "What is that coming out of her scalp?" That should be the glue. I guess she does it. I'm looking at it because it's not really a line. I know where it should. I know where the hair should be because you can kind of see it. The hair should be an inch. Is that about an inch? It should be about like an inch or an inch and a half down because there's an area, if you look on the screen, above her eyebrows where the three little circles are, just above that there's a line that's going straight across her forehead. That's where that hair is supposed to be. I can tell you that. Now I'm not even, I don't know nothing about hair, but I can tell where it was supposed to be because it's not looking right. It's not sitting right at this moment. It's quite uneven all the way across, which is crazy. But like I said before, you can see all the tattoos and different things like that, along with the very loud hair. It's wild. Like I said before, usually when you see anything in the tropics, like I said, if you don't believe me, go look up. I think, what is it? Is it it should be a dart frog, right? Let me make sure. Dart frog. Yeah. If you look up dart frogs, her hair is pretty much reflective of that. That's how I tend to look at that. Anytime you see women out here with like brightly colored hair, you're looking at basically a dart frog. If you don't know what a dart frog is, let me just highlight that. It might not fully come through, but it'd be like that. So this is what we're looking at right here. Right. So these are dart frogs. These are amphibious tropical frogs. Anytime you happen to see something bright, it may look beautiful, but it's highly dangerous. That's all that means. Anytime you see a brightly colored frog, you do not touch it. You go right away. You leave, because you're either going to be numb and poisoned, or you're going to be just straight poisoned. Either which way, it is not good for you. It is not good for you. Like, as soon as you touch it, death is minutes away, if not seconds. And again, that's just by touch. That's not by ingesting anything. So, like I said, when you got folks out here deciding that this is what they want to sit up there and do, you got to pay attention. And for women to not understand danger signs, that is wild to me. I'm not understanding how women can listen to brightly colored hair and think that, oh yeah, this is safe. This is a green flag. No, it's not. No, it is not. No, it is not. It is just not. Yo, Marty, what is up? What is up? That guy from Texas. He said, not the dart frog. They are very poisonous. This is facts. This, like I said, anytime I see bright hair, that's where my mind goes. Anytime I see bright hair and I start hearing nonsense, dart frog. That's it. It's dangerous. Wait, you said Penelope. Who the hell? Wait a minute. Who? You said Penelope. Who is Penelope? Wait. Let me go up. You said Penelope said, you're ignorant. I'm 69 and still have my pick of men, but finding a man has nothing to do with success. You are full of crap, and I hope no woman listens to you. You're 69 and you found your way here, my dear. That is quite a beautiful thing in your senile age. That is such a beautiful thing. I am so glad that you're here with us. You were able to see Jesus and Moses walk at the same time, and you saw the Spanish War, you saw the Civil War, you saw the Gulf War, you saw the war directly on terror. And you were able to see, Barack Obama and Trump become president. It's diabolical work, like I said. Much love to you, and Godspeed. Much love to you, Penelope, and Godspeed at your bright age of 70 years old. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I appreciate you for making it here. I'm not exactly sure. You said that you still have your pick of men. What age range are you talking about? Because I know you're not talking about your 30s. I know, brother. I know you're not talking about 30s. You survived both the Spanish flu and the plague. I know for a fact. Now, if you want to talk about people getting ignorant, I can clearly, of course, obviously do that the moment in time people start showing up. But I know you're not talking about men that are in like their 30s and their 40s. So let's kind of, calm it down, because we know that you're talking about dudes that are clearly, in the homestead age, walking with a cane and a walker, some mobile assistance. Yeah. So let's kind of roll that one back. You said you still have your pick of men, but finding a man has nothing to do with success. I'm not even sure where the success part even came directly. Who said anything about success? Where were we? What part of the live stream is she even at this moment in time? I'm just a little bit confused. Just a little bit confused. Jay says she survived 2 pandemics. Yeah. Jacob said that's no wig, folks. She's chemically messed up. Her naturalness, she's unreal. One, tell her to keep stepping. Tippy said, Penelope, what did he say that was ignorant to you? I'm curious. She's giving bad advice to women. But see, this is the thing, Tippy. This like I was telling y'all before, the moment in time that I happen to say something, you got folks like this. And again, to Reddy that pulled up to the bottom. I mean, you're right. It could very much easily be a troll, but because I'm looking at the age, I'm like, oddly enough, it just fell directly on 69. Okay. I'm like, all right, sure. out of all the numbers directly down here, that was the number. All right. I'm just gonna put you at 70. I'm not playing these games. We're just gonna put you at a straight, nice 70 directly there. Marty saying ain't nobody checking for Penelope. Like I said, hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Gail says she must have hit the 6 instead of the 3. Maybe 39. Nah, ain't no 39 out there. Nah, brother. She got them Air Moses. She got them boys signed. No. No. She got the Rosetta Stone Collector Edition. No. She is probably up there. Trust and believe. Riggedy raggedy fingers sitting up there just scrolling, just doom scrolling, just waiting for the time. Grim Reaper is directly at the door. But like I said, all jokes aside, bam, I didn't say anything about success. Finding a dude has anything. I never said that. I'm not even sure where you specifically got that from, or maybe you might have got it misconstrued. Maybe you need a brand new cochlear. I would have really loved it if people would actually pay attention and listen to the things that I state instead of emotionally getting into a place where it's like, I feel like you said something and I feel attacked. Again, I didn't know who you were up until you showed up at your bright age. I did not know. Did not know at all. Tippy said, well, she's not replying back. You say you might have timed her out. Wow, Tippy. So Tippy, so you just pressing buttons. So you telling me that you just pressing buttons out here, Tippy? That's what we're doing now? Tippy finger just slipped like, oops. That's wild, Tippy. That is 100% wild. Wow. KO. Oh, you said you might do it? Nah, you probably did it, Tippy. Knowing you probably did. I know you, Tippy. Let me tell you, y'all be sitting up there hitting those buttons real quick. Let me see. I think I might have a few other videos directly up here. Got a few other videos directly up here. I'm trying to just go through real quick. I don't feel like doing this video because she's up here talking about some other stuff here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, this is. I should do that video because that one is crazy. Wait. What was she talking about here? You know what? Let me see. I don't think this has. Let me see if it got music to it. I might have to cut it real quick. Hold on, let me see.
A high functioning man making $50,000 a year.
They got me. All right, hold on. Yeah, because it got the. I hate when like the music is added to it, and then the music is too loud, so it's like you can't really hear what they're talking about. So we're going to take a quick second, and everybody should know who that is. That's Dr. Bryant. That's one of the women that a lot of folks like to listen to. And again, I'm going to state because of how she looks, a lot of people are just going to take her word as, as the word. They're not going to really, look at it differently. Let me see. I got to go back through right there. Put that directly down there. Let me just work this real quick. Get rid of the background noise. While that's happening, Tippy said they will copy you over there. Yeah, they will. That's why I gotta get rid of that real quick. Take a little second. But while we are doing that, I do have another video. Hopefully, because some of these I ended up just getting and I didn't check them to see if they have any type of like sound directly to them. Because some of the videos I'm like, yeah, we can just watch these or I'll just work on them later. So let's do this one real
Most
quick.
of these women out here are easy on them and easy for them. Somebody has to be the villain, and I have absolutely no problem being that. Somebody needs to tell these men, no, you can't have coochie. Somebody needs to tell these men, yes, you do need to have money. Somebody needs to tell these men to get the fuck out of their soft girl era and get in the field and put in some work. No one's coming to save you. You are a man. Your gender role is to get up and get it. It's to protect and provide. And if you can't do that, then you are not considered a man. Somebody needs to remind these men that the only person that is going to love them unconditionally is their mother. Other than that, there's absolutely terms and conditions around here. And to all the pick-me's, this is a not so gentle reminder, but if you are okay with settling for breadcrumbs, you will always be starving. Always. Okay? Work on yourself so you don't feel like you need a man to complete you. Because most of these men are not adding to your lives. They're just taking from you, and you're allowing it. Okay? Okay. Love you guys. Bye.
And close-up wise, we are dealing with somebody else from Ice Age. But this is what I guess you can say pretty privilege is basically where you have folks like this get directly online and they're like, yeah, let me just start sitting up there talking about men in a bad way. Yeah, let me just start doing that. What I want a lot of women to understand is this, right? There's a lot of women that I've seen that are online that heavily depend on men, right? Even though women out here talk about like, we're against the patriarchy, down with the patriarchy in the male society, and this, that, and the third. I just want to know what all of these women with these feminist ideologies, how are they going to support the women out there that are in industries that are heavily dependent on men? Right. So anything that deals with the adult industry, anything like an OF or Fansly, all of these the strip clubs and stuff like that. I just want to know how does the feminist ideology support them, like financially? Because I'm like, if it gets to a point where guys are like, all right, we're tired of, a lot of women bad mouthing and talking about us online, we're going to just start pulling back from a lot of things. I want to know how those feminist women are women going to start going to strip clubs and throwing dollar bills at other women? Are they going to be showing up by the hundreds, for like 10 to 11 hours every single day? Are they going to be doing that? Probably not. Are they going to be online sitting up there watching, a lot of their different like flicks that they put directly up there on X, helping them make money, right? Subscribing to them, to the OF and all this? Probably not. Are they going to be there to, help out with that industry and support those women there because that is basically their career? Probably not. So I'm just trying to figure out how beneficial is this to women that are dependent on the monies that come specifically from men. That's all I'm trying to figure out. That is all I'm trying to figure out there. Man, you must not really know guys directly out here. That's crazy to sit up there and say that firstly, men would never do that because y'all can't resist watching certain types of movies and throwing dollars. The craziest part is I've never gone to a strip club in my life. Oops. So I've never actually thrown dollars or bills directly at a woman. Not even in relationships have I ever sat up there and pulled out money and thrown dollars at a woman that I've been in relationships with. Now I've given money, yeah, if we're in a relationship. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how did you come down to that whole thing that that men can't resist. Like, you do know that there's a such thing as dudes being workaholics where they just wake up, eat, go to work and sleep and do the same thing every single day for like 10 years. And they're not out there just like watching any of these movies like online on a hub or all these other type of sites, and they're not going to strip clubs. Like, you do realize that, right? Every dude is not consumed by sex. Like Like this lets me know that a lot of women out here do not really have conversations or don't really know a lot of guys. Or if you do know a lot of guys, you only know a specific finite type because that's probably the type that you attract. Like that's wild to me. Like you making it seem like guys don't have like any type of like conduct. We're just like, this is just what we do. We just drink, we smoke, we sit up here watching flicks and then we go to the strip clubs. Like we're just consumed by just like sex. No. Not at all. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. What type of guys do you know? What's your name, Mona? What type of guys do you know? Like that is crazy to me. Wow. What? That is. You said it ain't just going to stop. I guess like that's great. Like y'all don't really like people just don't really actually know guys. Like y'all just do not really understand. Like guys will actually get to a point where they like. Oh, I put it to you like this: if men can get to a point in a relationship where if we're not being loved or cared for, that we just completely shut down. What do you think that means for the rest of life? Where if guys are being deemed and talked to a certain type of way by women online, and we're seeing this, and not only seeing this, but you also got men out there that are hearing this in real life to their face. What do you think that's going to do? Guys are going to draw back. Like this is why we got video games. This is why we got hobbies. You got a lot of dudes out here that may not have ever had a type of relationship or interaction with women, and they're completely PC players. They're console players, right? They may do LARPing. They may be into like, cosplay, D&D and stuff like. They'll do a whole bunch of other stuff that will consume their time and their energy. And none of that has to do with women at all. That's just them finding what it is that is specifically fun to them. That is wild. Woo! That is crazy. You said especially for the purpose of teaching feminists a lesson. You know, the funniest thing is, as I stated before, the few will mess it up for the many. The greater majority of women out here are not feminists. You got the few loud women out there that are. The rest of the women around the world are not feminists. So no, this is not to sit up there and teach feminists a lesson. This is like, all right, we understand that y'all just don't like men, so we're going to sit up there and just pull back. This is why you saw women complaining and crying about, what was it, 2 years ago, where women were going out to the club and it was like, oh, how come men don't want to talk to us? Why don't men want to sit up there and buy us drinks? This, that, because this is what y'all wanted. Y'all wanted us, oh, don't tell me hi. Don't tell me hello. Don't tell me good morning. Don't tell me anything nice. Don't try to introduce yourself. Don't ask for my name. Don't tell me your name. Don't ask for my number. Don't ask if I want to go out to eat. Don't try to buy me anything. Don't even look in my direction. Like I said, this is what y'all be sitting up here saying, talking wild. Talking wild. Talking straight wild out here. And you think that it's not going to have a reaction? Come on now. Come on now. Like, come on. You got to be playing games. Like, that is wild. That is straight wild. Like, you can't even like be a dude. Like, even like I've explained to people before, even like just as a guy, it's like I've had to draw back on stuff that I normally do. Just because of the social media reaction of women. Because I'm not trying to randomly get caught by some random woman. I'm trying to do a nice deed and then it turns into some online thing where a woman is like secretly filming me and be like, oh yeah, see this creep, he this look at how he's sitting up there, and that's not even what it was. Like I said, shout out to Joey Swole, because that was one of the main men directly out here in dealing with the gym, where he was calling out a lot of these women that were trying to make cases on men. Like, it got to the point where you had women out here trying to dox a lot of dudes out here for no reason, and the dudes didn't even do nothing. Like I said, what was that one white girl? I did a video on her. She was at the gym and she was taking off like her shirt because she was working out, and a guy that works there, he was sitting up there just like looking around or whatever. She was like, you got a problem? Is there an issue? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Look somewhere. I'm like, she was just doing a whole bunch of nothing for no reason. The dude wasn't even paying her no mind or no attention up until she brought his attention to her. And he was like, ma'am, if you're going to continue to be disruptive and do this, then, you know, we can handle this a different way, and we can just get you up out of this gym. And she still wanted to act stupid and nonsensical. And she got herself banned out of that gym being stupid. Like I said, I don't understand why a lot of women out here don't think that the things that they do are not going to have consequences. Like, y'all say to guys every single time that, yo, guys' actions towards women will have consequences. Fine, that is a fair point. I don't got no problem with that, right? You got dudes out here acting this type of way, acting ignorant, acting stupid and whatnot or whatever, emotional when it deals with women. Cool, no problem. I get you. I'm on that same page. But on the flip side, it's the exact same thing. Like I said, I believe in equality. Obviously, a lot of women don't. A lot of women tend to believe in a lot of lopsided equality, and I'm not for that. If we're going to sit up there and say that if guys act a certain type of way, then hey, you know, certain things are going to happen, cool. Then it should be the exact same way when it deals with women. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, that's wild to me. Wait, let me just roll back up because I know I'm missing some comments here. You said S or P addiction, control is sad. Let me see. Shorty Stacked, what is up? You said male friends and none of them are at the strip club. Wait, I'm confused. Are you? Wait, was that a comment towards me or was that a question? I'm a little bit. I'm confused. I'm highly confused. Critically said, why on earth do you think that prostitution exists? And it's because of men. I mean, it's the oldest trade directly in the world. It's a part of the bartering system. Women have something. Obviously, it's up for offer. The women have a price. Men are there with the money. It's an equal exchange. You know. So, oh, okay. So you're talking to JC. I got you. Short Snake said, "Don't open the door for me." Oh, yeah, that's crazy. My tie. What is up? You said a lot of women ain't got no game, just attitude. Shauna said, it sounds like a lot of rules. I am so glad I am married. Mona said, see, you're saying that I'm generalizing men, but you're speaking about women in general. Not everyone is like that, as you also said, but just as there is women on the extreme side, you have men who, let me scroll down, that talk about, oh, wait, my alarm going off. That talk about being alpha and disrespecting women on purpose. Because that is what they want. So OFC, there is going to be opposite reaction to that. You know, the crazy part about you mentioning this is that you have a lot of women out here that like to be disrespected, and for whatever reason, women act like that doesn't exist. Can we just be honest about that? Like, let me put it to you like this, right? And I told this story before. I knew of somebody who specifically stated, and this was like a long time ago, right? When I was younger. There was a woman that specifically said that she had a fantasy of a guy pulling up on her with a ski mask on, and how can I place this without causing issues on YouTube? Placing a weapon directly on her face. And I'm talking about like an actual like live weapon. It could be like a service pistol, whatnot, whatever. And it was the whole fantasy of a man basically taking from her. That's the best way that I can sit up there and put it. So let's not sit up there and play these games. And act as though that women don't like different types of forms of disrespect directly out there, things that other people would shudder of the thought of, because things like that have actually happened to women. But you have women out here who get turned on by that. So like I said, let's not do this. Let's not even talk about the whole disrespectful. Let's not even do it. Let's not even do it. Critically said, typically in a relationship like a marriage and raising a family, the woman ends up bearing a lot more of anything but the financial aspect. So what she has the financial aspect covered. And you said, we have figured out that men are simple creatures. What we did also figure out is the simple things that they provide a relationship are things we can either do without or could just pay for. Shauna said, like Chef said, I'm an equal opportunity. MF. Yeah, that's bars. That is bars. That is bars. Critically said, nobody wants to live under the thumb of another person anymore until equality remains a goal. Women will get farther away from you. Old school said, these are the same types of women who either slept with their girlfriends on the low or have son husbands or turn their own sons into their gay best friend. Critically said, what's happening now? It's better saying, this is the kind of relationship we want. And women are saying, well, we don't want that kind of relationship. Adjust, adopt, or be left behind. Timmy said, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the majority of men just want a wife to cook, clean, and give him sex and stay peaceful and quiet. Yeah. You know, somewhere in there. I mean, some things can probably be like switched around or added directly in there. You know. Like, and this is why I keep sitting up here saying a lot of men have said this in general. Like, dudes are simple. Like, it's not difficult at all. Like, for whatever reason, people acting like this is like physics or calculus when it deals with men. Nah, men are not that complicated. And ain't never been that complicated at all. Men are very, very simple. I don't know how many times men got to sit up there and say this, but for whatever reason, people just be adding like numbers and different things to it, which is wild. JC said, no, we just want a wife to just cook, clean, and we need a woman that actually supports us. That's their force when we need it. Find a woman like that. And it's hard to find a woman like that these days. Critical said, marriage should not be guaranteed for everybody. Some people are not cut out for it. And clearly there's a lot of men now who don't understand it. Starstruck said that, yeah, and there's men that like the disrespect too. You can't put that blanket on any gender. No. What I'm saying is, what I mean by that is, you have a lot of, but see, it's a difference though, right? If a woman is talking back to a guy's like, you know what? That's okay. I see a little bit of fire there. Okay, I like that. Okay, I see. Okay, right. That's different, right? Because that's showing like a little bit something different. Like if you got, let's say, like a girl that's like normally quiet, and then she just like she hypes up like randomly on something. It's like, oh, you looking cute. It's just like, it's that, it's that type of deal, right? Now, on the reverse end, what I'm sitting up there talking about is when you got dudes out here. I'm talking about being just like calling women just in public out of their names. And I've seen women sit up there and just like smile and be like giddy and hee hee ha. And I'm like, word? I'm like, this is legal? I'm like, you can do this now? I'm like, I could have sworn if you were to call a woman out of her name, like you getting slapped, you getting jumped, the Avengers are coming directly for you. Like it's over for you. But I'm like, But again, that goes back to what I said earlier in the live stream, where if you are aesthetically pleasing to women directly out here, you can get away with anything. You can call a woman whatever you want to call her. It's that, right? But that's what I'm specifically talking about. And again, going to the further extent of some of the things that I've mentioned before, this is why, I kid you not, there have been articles written by women who say that they are turned on by, how can I paraphrase this, R-styled type of scenes in movies where it deals with men and women. And again, for the life of me, I would have never thought that women were, because of the trauma and how it is that women speak about this. I would have never thought in a million years that would have been something that women would be attracted to, or that would be a turn on. But color me surprised. Color me surprised. Like I said, there is no books to any of this stuff out here. Let me tell you. Timmy said, well, I hear from a lot of men that they mainly want a wife to cook and clean because they're simple men, and they said that. Yeah. JC said that they don't have marriage as a goal because they bring nothing to the table and they know it. That's why marriage is not a goal for them. They don't want 50-50. They just want their way. Critical said, I don't know why these men are just sitting around complaining all the time. Hire yourself a housekeeper and cook and be happy. Gail said, is the masked man okay? Wait, what masked man? Wait, what are you talking about? JC said, as a man, don't need a housekeeper. We could do everything on our own. You don't see a man making streams and short clips complaining about, in short clips complaining because they don't have anybody. Yeah, that's true. Men just deal with it. You might, I sit up there and put it to you like this. You might see less than 1% of men on social media crying about being alone. 9 times out of 10, men are just dealing with it. Like, we'll just focus on other stuff. We'll just bury ourselves into our work, our hobbies, our jobs, our family, or other things like that. Because like I said, for guys, we don't really got time to sit up there and wallow on a lot of stuff. Because the moment in time that you do, you open Pandora's box and bad things happen. So you got to stave that off. You got to do whatever you can to sit up there. Like I said, it's, like I said, it's a whole bunch of stuff being a dude. Tippy says, sounds simple and easy, but all of us don't look. Oh my God, here's Tippy with the Instagram models and stuff. Critically said, instead of working on themselves and adopting and seeing what women actually want now, if you want a relationship with a woman, you're going to have to figure that out. I mean, no, you don't have to figure nothing out. You basically got to pay people. That's what the woman basically said in the very first video that I posted up there. She said that her time costs money. That's technically quite a lot of women out here. Their time costs money. And this is why I said early in the live stream, I thought we moved away as a society from considering women to be objects and property that can be bought. But now women are like, nope, you can buy me. You just got to make sure to have, hundreds of thousands of dollars, or maybe millions, in order to get my number. It was one woman I got a video of. She said that from everything that she knows now, in order for a guy to talk to her or to get her number, she would need $10 million off rip. I'm like, brother, you're going to be alone until death. Even if it deals with you walking to heaven, you are walking by yourself. You ain't gonna have no angels. You're not gonna have nobody by your side because you said that it costs $10 million for your time. You might not, the sun might not even be by your side. I don't know what's going to be there. But like I said, A lot of women up here are setting themselves up for failure when you start talking that crazy. When you start telling men out here that you're requesting $10 million just for your number, you are smoking rocks. You are smoking the mightiest of the mightiest hashish. Like I said, you want some Martian type stuff there. You need to put it down. 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 Tippy said, LOL me all the way. I'm an introvert until you piss me off. Grumble, grumble, grumble. JC said, men always work on themselves daily. We don't need we don't need to verbally say it. We do it internally. We don't have time to start stream or short clips and complain like others do. Yeah, that's what men do. It's like we don't got time. It's either put up or shut up. That's it. that's 100% facts. It's like you can't just sit up there. You don't have the luxury being a dude to just sit around and mope and cry all day. You can't. Like, ain't nothing going to get done because ain't nobody going to do it for you, and the world is not going to feel sorry for you. Nor are there any channels out here where people are just going to start dumping hundreds or thousands of dollars because you're crying tears online because you're alone and can't find nobody. That's not going to happen. It works like that for women. It is not. It has never worked like that for men, and that is just factual. That is just factual. Tippy said, "Nope, I don't care. Even if it's Roman Reigns, don't call me out my name." Reddy said, I feel hat the new woman. Wait, you feel something? The new woman that thinks that they deserve their own book in the Bible. That's crazy. Tippy said, you mean the stalker and the prey role play? Is that what that's called? New women, modern women, same thing. The only concern about what they can get out of something or somebody, not realizing they have nothing to offer anybody. Tippy said, well, those masks, those mysterious muscular men be kind of never mind. Oh my goodness. Only Tippy. Tippy said other women, mainly white women, go overboard with those type of fantasies. Critically said, no, I think. Oh, okay. So that's you and JC. I've been reading those for the longest time. Tippy said, why you think they go for black dudes? Well, yeah, you got a point, Tippy. You have a point. You have a point. Shauna said, I will say it again. It sounds like substitution. I'm just going to put it. It sounds like substitution to me. I got you. Tippy said, the thrill of doing something that's forbidden. That is wild. Oh, my goodness. So we got a comrade said, I don't know the full context, but a long time ago, men decided that women were caretakers and shouldn't work. We still have ramifications of that in current society. View said, for men, we just get laughed at and called outside of our names. Life is set on insanity for the majority of us. That is facts. That's facts. Tippy said the world didn't feel sorry for less attractive women. A pretty privileged woman can get away with almost anything. I done seen a multitude of different women cry directly online, and women and people are donating money. Men are not that lucky. You got to work for whatever it is that you got. Crying is not an option. Being emotional is not an option. You're not. I cannot. I'm talking about just to the normal average guy. I've never seen a normal average guy go online and just start crying, and they're just getting like thousands of dollars. I just have not seen that because that's not how the world works. That's just not how that works. It's just not. Again, women can do that. I done seen it on Twitch. I've seen it on YouTube. I've seen it on TikTok. I've seen it on X. I've seen it on a variety of social media platforms where women will go up and they'll start crying these sweet tears, and then money just starts falling out the sky, or GoFundMe gets made. JC said, not anymore. Yo, Vince said, things need to be fixed. Life needs to be lived. If I get a woman, cool. If not, it is what it is. My life don't stop. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. JC said, I feel. Wait. You said, yeah, my bad, Miss Reddy. You said, I mean, if women feel like they're so pretty and gorgeous, then why do y'all still use 10 pounds of makeup and 20 filters? Obviously, you're not happy with your natural looks. I mean, I've said that before. I have stated that before. Also, I've been talking so long that I realized, let me see something. Okay, there we go. So we're actually good. So I can just download this real quick and put up that clip of Brian, because somebody was like, "Hey, she's not a doctor." I got you, no problem. So we're gonna put up this clip of Miss Bryant real quick, and we're going to listen to what she had to state. And again, this is her preference, right? Because she's in the upper echelon of being a woman, and you know all of that type of good stuff, making the type of money that she makes. So let's take a listen.
Good high functioning man making $50,000 a year.
That wouldn't fit my lifestyle.
So you wouldn't take him?
Not because he makes 50,000.
Well, why?
Right?
Because he makes 50,000. It's because he makes 50 high functioning.
It's not the judgment of the dollar amount.
What is
it's
it?
because of where I'm at in my lifestyle. So it wouldn't be equally yoked. And so if I got with a man who was making $50,000, I would be the breadwinner and I would be taking full care of him because the lifestyle that I have for myself and my family wouldn't be fair to him, because he would come in and he wouldn't even be able to slightly provide.
I wouldn't take a man.
But what I'm saying is, but it goes further than that, because psychologically that would impair that man. I've yet to meet a man who doesn't want to be able to add or provide when he is saying, I'm ready to be a husband and I'm ready to be a father. Those men who are family men, not street men, family men, they take pride in providing for their wives. And so if that man can't provide, that is a direct emasculation on its own. Because what happens is psychologically, when that man cannot provide for a woman of my caliber, it affects him. As his confidence starts to dip, as his self-esteem starts to dip, at that point, a woman starts to lose respect, because I can only respect you at the level that you respect yourself.
Right. Okay, so let me go back to Gail. Gail said you were asking if the dude in the mask was attractive. It's whatever the woman would consider attractive. Because they also got, you know, movies like that as well too, and you got women that love those movies. They also got books. You also got books. I remember, like, back in the day, you would also see like some novels that women used to love reading. Like, this is technically before the whole thing with like Zane. And I could have sworn I seen something on the cover where it was like somebody like basically broke into the house. And I forgot like the title of the book, but that's pretty much where it was going. That's pretty much where that book was going if you read like the synopsis, you know, on the back of the book. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, women actually, they actually read stuff. They like stuff like this. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. And this, oh man, like I said, this is how a lot of stuff get. People say that men are messed up because of a lot of these movies out here, but people don't sit up there and say nothing about women. I'm like, for me, it's even when it deals with who's messed up more. The only difference is women are better writers, and they can just write a whole bunch of scenarios you would have never thought of, like some crazy stuff. You know, minus the Japanese. They can just write. They can outclass women 1,000-fold. But yeah. But going back to Miss Bryant here, this woman, let me tell you something. She is very great with words. She said at the point, she was like, "No, it's not about the money." But then when you listen to her, she said it is about the money, but more than just that. Realistically, it's about the man and his placement, and psychologically how he's going to fit in this role, and it's going to deem him and emasculate him because of the position I play as a high class, high caliber woman of my archetype, and how when he comes in, he can't really fit a role or play a position because I'm already the all-star directly right here. So within that, we're not even equally yoked, aka on the same playing field. It's uneven. So that's going to mess up his ego and deflate it. ma'am, it's about the money. It's all right. It's just say it's cool, because that's crazy. Like, the craziest part about her saying this, I've never heard any dude that's a millionaire or a billionaire sit up there and say, like, I need a woman that's equally yoked. I need this one. Just imagine if all of these rich dudes that's rolling big out here said that they need another woman on their arm that got millions of dollars. Just imagine that. A lot of women in the United States would be losing. Like, they would have never had a shot with any of these dudes who are in the NBA, in the NFL, who are boxers, in the MMA, whatever you can sit up there and think of as an American sport, or any guys out here that are part of like Silicon Valley. They got businesses and whatnot or whatever. None of the women here would have a shot. Those guys would have to go everywhere else, because there would not be enough women who would be financially on the exact same footing as a lot of these dudes who are multimillionaires, if not billionaires. But like I said, guys don't think like that. It's just like, yo, we just, it is what it is. Women, on the other hand, is like, yeah, nah, I can't sit up there and do it. That's wild. That is wild. So it's like you got a dude that could actually be fully for you, right? He can love you, he can value you, and all those things. The only thing that's missing is like, yo, he's making like $50K a year. He's working, he's doing what it is that he needs, but this is just where he's at right now. Not saying that he's just out there like living out his mom's house. He's living in a shelter or whatnot or whatever, eating mom's spaghetti. He's working. He's just like 50, K at this moment. I would have thought that at that moment, that being at the spot that she is, that she would have been able to uplift him just a little bit to open, some doors that he may not have access to, so that now, instead of him making 50, he's at like 100 plus K. I would have thought that would have been something that would have, taken place and happened, because the craziest part is you got a lot of dudes out here that are making buku bucks. Like, let's say like a lot of these dudes out here that's streamers, right? If they got a girl, they just so happen to have opened the door for that girl to now start making her own money. Now she got her own streaming channel. Now, because she's linked up with this dude, she can now start, going on these podcasts and making money, making, a few thousand here and all this other type of stuff. And depending on how big the dude and his name is, then, she might be able to get some sponsorships, maybe like Sephora or Fenty or something like I said, doors automatically start opening because of who the woman is linked to. Right. And guys don't have no problem sitting up there doing that. They do that left and right. It don't matter who they sitting up there dating. Women, on the other hand, it's like, no, whatever riches I got is whatever riches I got. Whatever doors I've opened, whatever doors I open. You better open your own doors. I'm like, wow. I'm like, I thought I thought people were supposed to be symbiotic. I thought it was supposed to be beneficial. I guess not. Like I said, you learn something new every single day. Even though I love being in a sense, I like the orange lanterns. What's mine is mine. What's mine is mine is mine is mine is mine. Right. But it's like, this right here is crazy. That's wild. That is wild. That's crazy. There's no, men and women can never be equal, but she's up here like, I need a man to be equally yoked. You're not going to be equally yoked, because if you get a guy, you're going to want that guy to make more than you. They've even had like, podcasts and stuff where women have set up there and said like, yo, they don't want a man who makes the same amount of money. They're not going to respect him. I'm like, brother, if he's making 100,000, you making 100,000, that's $200,000 a year. What's not to respect about that? It's like, nah, he got to be making more. For what? Like, I don't understand. Are you saying that he has to make more because you're going to keep your 100,000, so you need him to make 200,000 so that you can get 100,000 from him? Like, the math ain't mathing. Like, the math just don't be mathing. Because it's crazy how you'll listen to a lot of these videos where women are making this money, and then the guy has to make a certain amount. But then the women are not even financially sound. They're just like buying whatnot or whatever. They're not doing any type of like investing. They're not putting their money anywhere where their money can bring back more money. It's just that, all right, they're just out there throwing their money to the wind. And then the safety net, in a sense, is basically that guy's money, which is basically their re-up money, so they can go back out there and spend up until they get their money to redo it. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's diabolical, man. It is diabolical. Shauna said, like, if men thought how women thought, no one would have a partner at all. Oh, that's diabolical. That is diabolical. And this is why I sat up there and tried to tell people before. It's like, yo, people, I wish it would go back to the point where people would look at another person just as another person and just work from there. Like, it's crazy that we got to go into a whole discussion where everybody knows around the world the only person to really fully accept somebody for like being broke and not having nothing to their name. Men do this all the time, historically speaking. Men have done this all the time. They have just picked up women from like whatnot or whatever, and they've become queens or princesses or whatnot or whatever. Right? They've been able to get, into doors. They've had doors unlocked that they would have never had access to at all, that they can never even try to fathom, access to. Women have been able to walk into rooms that they can only imagine. And it was because of the man that was there. Not because they did it on their own merit, but because the man that was there that allowed that to, take place, that basically facilitated that. Like I said, men have been doing this historically. But then you got women out here be like, yeah, we don't like broke dudes out here. Huh? But women, a lot of women out here been broke. In comparison to like dudes historically been sitting up here making money, a lot of women been broke. But dudes ain't saying nothing. Because like dudes ain't never care about a woman's money. It was always about what the woman could actually do as a woman. Right? It was just about her just being just that. But, have other people tell it, though. Have other people tell it. Let me see. Shauna said it's stupid. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is 100%. Tippy said a lot of women be materialistic, wanting designer bags, shoes, clothes, jewelry. I'll shop at Ross, Walmart, Five Below, Dollar Tree. We know that you're frugal, Tippy. We know Tippy is rich. Tippy could actually have a PS5 Pro right now. How frugal she is. She just opts not to do it. She just opts not to do it. Like I said, it is wild out here, man. Like I said, the only way for things to sit up there and get better, people would actually have to take out the time and the initiative to really get to know and understand themselves, and potentially even, seek out some therapy. A lot of people really need therapy. Tippy says, scroll up, you missed one comment. I didn't miss nothing, Tippy. I read your comment. You be swearing I don't be reading stuff. Let me see. I said I don't do that. Equal BS. Men should have more money than women. I could work at Walmart and he's a truck driver. I want to go to a man and ask for shopping money. I like the Dollar Tree. Only Tippy every single time. I swear to goodness. Every single time. Tippy swears she not rich. Tippy of the 48 tips. You are rich. You are rich. Remember, Tippy, you attract what you believe. So if you believe you're not rich, then it's going to be just that. You gotta pull it. You gotta, you gotta put it out there. I mean, you gotta walk within the same action, but you gotta put it out there. You gotta be thinking positive, Tippy. Gotta be thinking positive. JC said men don't care about women's money. They only care about the support a woman gives them. Yeah. Yep. That is 100% facts. Critical said you can be frugal and still want a partner that respects you and gives more than just someone who comes home tired and wants you to cook for them, clean for them, and bear their children. F that. You sound a little bit disgruntled. You sound a little bit disgruntled there, critical. I'm not sure what specifically happened or what stories you're carrying there. Everybody don't got kids. I'm just everybody don't got kids, and you got people out here that ain't trying to force any of that or whatnot or whatever. I just literally read the comment. I just that's crazy. I just literally read the comment and I replied to it verbally, and you was like, "Yo, since the host is no longer reading my comments, I'm just wasting my time here." I mean, I've been going through and actually reading the comments. I just realized that you and JC were actually going back and forth and talking. So for me, I felt like I was technically reading a conversation that was just y'all going technically back and forth and stuff, and I guess trying to find like a middle ground or whatnot or whatever. But no, I was reading the comments. I just stopped at a certain point, because how I explained it. That's some crazy work though. I swear people don't be listening to me even when I'm in live stream sometimes. Jay-Z said, I've been with my wife for over 20 years. I encourage her to go out with her friends to chill and have some girl time. It is important. Timmy said, Seji, if I was rich, I would gift you and my mods 2K each. If I was Tippy, you would not need to sit up there and do that. What we would need to do is that we need to sit up there and set you up with a computer. That's where that 2K will be going. we would set you up. We would have who is it? We would have Pink. Who else directly with me? Probably Ty and Hack. Brand New World. We would help you with a gaming computer. That's what we would do. That's like I said, if you about to sit up there and be shelling out 2K in that whole like fantasy world, yeah, we about to be shelling out some 2Ks directly on that computer. So you can sit up there and play Enzoy and be no life in it, just like Sham be sitting up here doing on Steam. Yo, J Hut, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? Tippy said, but back to the masked men. You and Gail, what is up trying to figure this out? Gail says the solution is make everybody broke. Then you have no choice but to deal with someone for who they are. Yo, you know the funniest thing, Gail? I think I might have said something like that before, because if everybody was broke, then you would see everybody for who they are. But even with that, you would still have a way that women would find like, okay, well, this dude has more value. Because if a dude was broke and everybody broke, it would go off of how the guy basically looks. It would go off of strength. And again, it's going to be the exact same thing. A lot of dudes are just going to be left directly behind because aesthetically, they're not going to be what a lot of women would be, because they were like, all right, well, I want my kids to look this certain type of way. So if you're not tall, if you're not athletic and in shape, and this, that, and the third, and rah, then you don't got no chance. Hey, it'd be like that. And like I said, and notice I'm saying that women would just want to have kids. They're not looking to get married. They want their kids to look a certain type of way. They want to make sure that their kids are going to come out and grow up to be potentially strong, and this, that, and the third, and on. Like I said, it's going to be the exact same thing it was back in the day. So it'll just move from one thing to another. Tippy said, but back to third eye said 4K for a PC when RAM prices go up. Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. That is true. That's true. Oh, you said I'm so tired of men going for low quality women and then been complaining that they want their money. If you pursue women of equal net worth, you would have a much better chance of not having a gold digger. You know the craziest part about that is, I mean, I could have sworn did we basically go over this earlier when it dealt with Miss Bryant here, basically talking about the man and the worth and all this other type of stuff and money and whatnot or whatever. Um, if men specifically were going for women that made did you say equal? Of Yeah, we talked about this before. Women don't want a guy that makes the same amount of money. Like there have been too many open conversations about this. Women do not respect men who make the same amount of money. They don't respect men who make less than them, who work at the same job in the same job position. They don't like I said, it's just a lot. It's a lot. Like you got women out here talking about in certain circles where the guy has to be a bit I can't get my words right, sitting up and sound like Porky Pig. I be. That's all, folks. You got women out here in certain circles sitting up here saying that a guy, if they're dating the girl, the guy has to also be able to afford the friends, afford to take out the friends too. I'm like, nah, bro. Is everybody sleeping together? Like that, like that's the only way that makes sense. That's the only way that makes sense. That would be beneficial for that guy paying for everybody there. If everybody is not sleeping together, then yeah, that guy ain't paying for all that. That's crazy. That's some wild work. Just to be with you, he got to pay for like 10 of your friends. Nah, brother, you better get them some boyfriends. You better get them some boyfriend. Who was that? It was what was it? It was Ice Spice and like 10 of her female friends. I'm like, dog, y'all are smoking rocks. I guess y'all going to Dubai. Y'all better be going to Dubai because that's the only way. That's the only way that's happening. Like if a dude is actually willing to do that, he must really have you on some type of bucket list in order for him to just be spending money like that. Because, like I said, it ain't worth it. I'm sorry. I would not do. Like I said, if I'm interested in a person and like let's say like dating or whatever, all right, it's cool. Sitting up there, buying stuff here and there. I am not affording nothing for your friends. I'm not paying for no dinners. They better bring a boyfriend. They better bring a gay best friend or somebody. They better bring some other man there. They better bring their dead father. I'm not doing it. Let me sit up there and tell you something. Brother, no. Yo, Sham, what is up? I was wondering what the funniest thing, Sham. I thought about. I was like, yo, let me hit Sham up on Steam real quick because maybe she might be no life and some games real quick. Sham was like, I overslept. That's how I know you was. That's how I know you overslept because you was up here gaming. You missed a whole bunch of conversation, Sham. Let me tell you something. You got Tippy up here talking, Tippy and Gail talking about mask, men. It's crazy. You would have been some of these conversations. You would have been hiding yourself directly under a pillow. Oh man, it is crazy out here. It is crazy. What is up, Sham? Tippy said, it sucks in this world when women reach 30 plus. She's now worthless, no value in society, but men claims the clock doesn't affect them, and yes, it does. I want to say realistically, the whole thing of I think what do they say? What do they call it in China? It's called like leftovers. I want to say realistically, that's a Chinese thing that they tend to believe in and do when it deals with like women reaching 30. In the United States, no, you got so few. Again, you got a minority that basically say that about women here. The mass majority are not sitting up there saying that about women in their 30s. Trust me, best believe. The greater majority of men, average everyday men, are not saying it about men in Sorry, yeah, because you were talking about men, not what was it? The clock. Okay, yeah. This is true. Yeah. So the greater majority of men are not sitting up there saying that women who are reaching 30 like serve no purpose or have no value. That's the minority, that's sitting up there doing it. And the reason why men say that the clock does not affect them is because a dude can be like 80 years old and still get a woman pregnant. So that's why within that time frame, that's why guys saying that the clock doesn't affect them. Um, I guess maybe you could say in rare instances, you might have had a woman in her late 60s. I think she might have been Indian, that got pregnant. But on average, that's not something that normally happens. And again, being at that age and doing birth the natural way, woo, at that age, man, Godspeed. Godspeed, because like I said, man, I know that's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. That right there is gonna be life draining because of where she is. Shauna said, F no, Ron. Heck no. To be said, it's out here too, Seji. Wait, I heard you. Oh, you talking about what's name? Okay. Wait, Timmy, why does your name have 1870 back there? Has that always been there? Maybe it hasn't. I just didn't pay attention. JC said age has nothing to do with it to a certain degree. Sham said, yeah, but he can't take care of his kids at 80. No, yeah, that's true. That's true. Sham said, yes, I'm no lifing in my games. Yeah, I know, Sham. I didn't see you on Steam sitting up there just like you was going through playing some games. Let me tell you. I was like, man, Sham is really on these games. I'm like, maybe I could sit up there. I'm like, nah, she busy. She's sitting there no life. Oh, I'm like, let me leave Sham alone. Let me just let her sit up there and game. But yeah, we started this live stream like early in the morning. I think what was it like 7? Was it 7 o'clock? Or wait, what time was it? Let me see. 12, 11, 10. Yeah, it was about like 9 o'clock. I think we started this. Technically, I was supposed I can't get my words right. So I know I've been up for too long. I was originally supposed to start this live stream up about 7. That's when I wanted to actually start it. But started it closer to here. I mean, which works out because technically during this time I would have actually posted a video like I told y'all before. So, it works out. Sham said, LOL, doctor said I could have kids. That late in life is common in our family. Not sure why. I mean, that's a blessing. I mean, well, also, Sham, you are taller. So it's a little bit different. I feel like it's different for taller people. I feel like it's way different. So you and Tippy are pretty tall. So I feel like the odds are actually with you versus actually being against you. If you were like average height, then it'll probably be a little bit different. Because I feel like gravity and everything affects y'all different because y'all tall. Gail was like, that is so cool. Sham said my aunt had an accidental kid after menopause, and she was 57. Wow. Timmy said, well, I tell women to stay away from older men if they're in their 20s. LOL. Stay virgin until marriage, girls. Older women too. Don't have sex with men while you're dating. Nope. Keep your body count low. You know what, Timmy? I'm with you on that. He was like, hey, keep the body count. I am directly with that. Because at least because like I said, it's vastly different. And just like I said earlier, if you got women that, let's say, like had like 100 partners, she's not going to be able to get married and be satisfied or happy with that one guy. That's impossible. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Because if it was actually possible with a woman with being with over 100 guys, then again, a lot of the women in the industry would be married right now, but they're not, because it would be impossible for them to just be like actually satisfied and happy with that guy after doing all of that. Just wouldn't be able to. So yeah. Yep. Just saying. Sham said it might be, but that's crazy to have kids that late in life. I mean, it is, but it happened. I mean, now 57, I don't know how you have an accidental kid though. Like that is wild. Like I'm like, how do you do that at 57? It's like, oops, I did it again. It's like at 57, almost at the bright age of 60. Wow, you just had a slip up, just something broke, and it's like 9 months later, you're a crying kid. It's like, huh, it really happened, huh? It's like that's wild. That is wild. Sham also said that there is some psychological damage that comes with sleeping with that large amount of people. Yeah, it does. Especially for women, it breaks. It breaks something with what was the terminology? I forgot it, and I used to use it quite often. I got to think back to my middle school teacher who told us this. Oh my goodness. I think what was it called, like spiritual bonds or something like that. I forgot what it was. We talked about this so many times throughout the years. I can't even remember the word for it. Like soul, I think it was like soul ties somewhere in there. It's probably like a different terminology for it, but yeah, it would do a lot of damage. Like a lot of the trauma, a lot of the energy that the people that you slept with will sit up there and carry directly with you. Also, on top of the fact, I do remember something that we covered before when it specifically dealt with women, and they said for about 5 days, and this is dealing with women who have unprotected relations with men. For about 5 days, if not a little bit more, the DNA of a man will basically stay within a woman. So just let that sit for a minute. So to put it into perspective, some of the videos that I've covered, you've had women talking about that they got several dates lined up during a week, and in some instances, they've dated 2 guys in one day. So that would mean if that woman is having unprotected relations with 2 men in one day, that is going to become like a cesspool. It's basically a petri dish where it's like you got both of the DNA samples of those guys still with that woman through the week, and she still has 4 to 5 more dates left. Yep, whole mess. That's a that's a whole mess right there. And this is how it comes down to the point where you got women out here that don't know who the father is because of stuff like that. Because of stuff like that. Yep. Gail says spiritual damage. Tippy said, but I don't want community poll. I think that will ruin my personality, my mental health. Might end up with all of his ex's bad energy. LOL. No, oh my goodness. Tippy is hilarious. Tippy is correct, but hilarious. Correct, but hilarious. Shauna says soul ties. Yep. Sham said yes. It breaks their humanity. It's like they view themselves as a tool and cannot build human relationships from that. Yep. Oh, snap. Yo, happy birthday, Sham. Happy birthday. Sham is currently turning 28 today, guys. I know Sham is rolling right now. I know Sham is rolling. I know. I think the live stream is probably delayed, so she's probably going to catch that in a few. But happy birthday to Sham. Much love, respect, and appreciation, Sham. If I knew, if I knew how to bake, I mean, technically I do. Well, brownies, but not really cakes though. Even though I'm not really a cake person, I'm not even sure I even got on this tangent about cakes. I ate a birthday. This is random right now. Yeah, I probably would have ended up just getting you an Oreo ice cream cake. Well, I don't even can you even have that shit? Ain't that I think that's too much sugar. Matter of fact, you wouldn't even be able to have that. I forgot. Because I think you do like the whole like you're not like vegan, but I think your diet is a little bit different. It's more natural. Shauna said the brownie cake tastes nasty, and go ahead and make them brown, and put a little weed in it. Happy birthday. Shauna trying to get somebody high real quick. Like, you know what, it tastes bad, but once you get high, everything tastes good. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. Tibby said, how you know how to make brownies and not cake? Um, I mean, I'm not really a cake person. I like ice cream cake. Typically, we've been over this before. Every single birthday, like I said, I don't care what age I am. Every single birthday, I get a Oreo ice cream cake. That's just been my favorite for life. I think don't I got the picture of one of these days? I'll show y'all the picture of my mom feeding me cake, and she couldn't feed me the normal cake. I didn't like it at all. I would not sit up there and eat it. She gave me the icing, and I fell in love with the icing off the cake, and that was it. That was all she wrote. I've been an icing kid for the longest time possible. So, that's normally how I work. But Tippy said, is she a diabetic? I don't think she is. Sham said, I'm not a cake person. I'm having crab legs for my birthday, and yeah, I'm big on health food and not much on sugar. Yeah. And I think I remember that from a conversation, so that's why I was like, yeah, she can't even have the Oreo ice cream cake either. So yeah, it's over on that one. It is over on that one. It would have to be like a no sugar ice cream vegan cone type of thing. Like you have to like try to Frankenstein some things together so that she would be able to have it. But yeah, happy birthday, Sham. Happy birthday. So that's why you was asleep. You was sitting up there celebrating. You probably had some moonshine. That's probably what happened. Sham had some moonshine and she was sitting up there playing some multiplayer, cussing people out. That's what was happening. I can only imagine. Sham said, like, I've gotten to where I just like drinking water because that's sweet enough for me. Water? You said I'm insulin resistant and I was born with it. So yes, diabetic, but because I can't produce insulin. Oh, let me mention this to you, Sham. Do I got that video? I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me do I got that? Let me just see. I don't think I got the video. There was this white dude I was watching a video of, and he stated that over in Germany they came up with a cure. It's a year and 8-month treatment for diabetes. And it's for, I think it should be for type 1 diabetes. They have a thing for it. I'm not can't completely say the word directly for it because YouTube starts acting funny directly on that, and then people start saying medical misinformation. But I'll probably send a video to you on Discord or whatnot or whatever. But I found that to be very, very interesting. It takes about a year and 8 months, and it's over there in Germany. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. If people happen to type it in, you can probably find some stuff directly about it. And like the dude said in this video, that should have been the highlight of that should have been like some newsworthy type of stuff. But that's not the stuff that people want to talk about. We're talking about everything else. Shauna said, well, just have we then and happy birthday. Shauna is the plug. I see it. I get it. I get what it is. I got you. Shauna up here trying to get people high real quick. Like, we're going to be partying somewhere. It's 420 somewhere around the world. Sham said, oh, really? I'm going to look it up. America never wants to anything. Yeah. Yep. Sham also said, I believe it. They probably tried to get the body to produce it properly again. Yeah, and they said that was the main thing about it. It got the body to do what it naturally does. Yeah. It's a year and 8 months. You said my favorite thing to do on my birthday is game, but that's my favorite thing to do every day. Timmy said the difference is he white in Germany and I'm black, but this is the thing. This is the thing I sit up there and tell you, Tippy. If it came down to you might have to sit up there and put up with some racism, but everything was going to be fine after that. For you just had to put up with it for a year and 8 months. I would highly do that year and 8 months. Let me tell you something. Like I said, that is your life about to be brand new. You better take that year and 8 months. Like I said, don't let that sit up there and stop it. It ain't gonna be worse than what you deal with over here. And remember, you had black soldiers that went over there, over in Europe, and they were treated like kings. They got medals, they got rewarded, they got parades, and then when those same black soldiers came over to the United States, they got nothing. They got like, oh, go to the back of the bus, go to the back of the restaurant. What you looking at, boy? You eyeball it. It was all of that, you know. So sometimes you got to take a risk. It's always been a risk living here in the United States. What's another risk going somewhere else? That's how I look at it. Shauna said just a little bit. James said, who is the attractive woman? That is Miss Bryant, who stated that she was a doctor or relationship coach, whatever it is. And they were specifically asking her if she would accept a guy that made $50K a year. She basically said no. Tippy said, no surgery might try to poison me. You would be fine, Tippy. Tippy said, of course, by the Caucasian woman. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Where do we get from that? Sham said, yeah, it's so expensive to take. It's $1,200 just for a pen and $500 for the fast active. It is $600 for the long lasting. It's not just one you take. Mm-hmm. He said, play the video. I mean, if you actually want to live stream a little bit, you actually get the video. I'm actually pretty tired right now. Let me tell you something right now. I'm actually kind of tired right now. Sham said, if they got a cure that works, I'll be braving that country for the treatment. Ah, yeah, I got you. I forgot what I said earlier, and I ended up doing it by mistake. You know what? We gotta cure this video games. We gotta start switching. We gotta start switching stuff up. I got a cure for this Xbox, Series X controller because it's broken. You got to start saying stuff different so you don't, trigger certain things. I've seen how this, has gone a multitude of times on this platform. Oh my goodness. I'm probably gonna make some iced tea. Yo, Dario, what is up? You say, hey, said you was good. Nothing much. Just sitting up here chilling, just talking. Shem said, who talking about playing the video? Let me find out y'all trying to run. I try to save people out here. Let me tell you, I be trying to save people directly about here. I promise you, I swear to goodness. Old school said, how come none of these women ever come out and say what it is that a man will get out of marriage? Because a lot of folks will sit up there and say that a man, the main thing. So, okay. So in a lot of videos that I've covered, a lot of women have basically said that in marriage, a man, it benefits a man more. Oh, they live longer, this, that, and the third. Men still die. So it's like, I don't know what you're talking about, live longer. Men on average still sit up there and have a shorter life expectancy than women, marriage or not. Like that's just that's just what's in the cards, right? If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, it's not. Other women have basically said like, oh well, men they get a caretaker and they get a housekeeper. They listen like all of this other type of stuff. They get somebody, they get a somebody to take care of the kids. But I'm like, all right, so if you got a dude that knows how to cook, if you got a dude who either don't have kids or don't want kids, if you got a guy that takes care of himself, like physically, and he knows how to wash I'm like, if all of the stuff that women complain about, you already got a guy that does it. It's like, what now can you actually list? Because like for me, the way I set up to look at it, I'm like, all right, I know I wash my clothes. I sit up there and Swiffer mop, my floors. I clean up, clean the bathrooms, vacuum the stair carpet, wash clothes, like normal adulting. So I'm like, and I can sit up there. I'm not saying like I'm a Gordon Ramsay, but I just cook whatever it is that I like to cook. And I'm like, so what do you got to really complain about? Because I'm like, you pretty much gonna be sitting here doing nothing. So I'm like, I'm not, like I said, I don't know. A lot of the conversations out here just seems like weird. To me, when it deals with a lot of this stuff, I don't know. Multivitamins. It had to be Shame if they say you going to bed. Sham said you going to bed. Not technically at the moment. I rubbed my eyes real quick. So Sham said to everybody, thanks for the happy birthday wishes. Shauna said, what does a man get really? I want to know. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even know what to, realistically tell you. I mean, I can't even say kids because I feel like if both people want kids, then that's not really something that the man gets. It's not even, you can't even say the wedding day because the wedding day is not about the man, it's about the woman. Just like the same thing about prom. It's the same thing. I mean, I don't know. I can't even, my brain is just, it's out of there. My brain is out of there right now. Timmy said if men don't want marriage, then they should get a dog, leave women alone that want marriage. I mean, also, Tippy, a lot of women don't want marriage either. A lot of women don't want marriage. A lot of women don't want kids. So, at least technically it will be equal in that area, at least. Shauna said, because I know what I do, but what do they get? I can't even tell you. Can't even tell you. Tippy said they tell women to get cats. That's wild. I mean, I got cats, Tippy. I love my cats, even though they get on my nerves. Sham said, my dad did the cooking, cleaning, sewing, and working. I got pictures of when I was a baby, him feeding me. Him and my mom worked together. I thought that was normal for every household. See, you grew up during a great time. Both parents directly in the household and, doing stuff and whatnot or whatever. Not in this day and age. Old school says, so basically a man gets nothing that benefits him out of the marriage. It's more for the woman. I mean, yeah, women get security because if the dude dies and he has like a pension or security, the woman is going to get that along with the kids. Like it's, I don't know. I can't give you nothing. Can't give you nothing. Yo, Lennar, what is up? What is up? Lennar said, happy birthday to Sham. James said, who is married? No, nobody. We're just bringing up, it's just a part of a topic, dealing with the whole thing of, men and women and what specifically do men get out of marriage or what do women get out of marriage. And again, I can't give you nothing that men actually get. Can't give you a word. Sham said he even used to braid and do my hair for school. got a parent teacher conference, everything, even made my costume for the plays, did the grocery shopping like he did dad things, I think. Old school says, Seji, have you played Battlefield 6 yet? And is you going to go back to live stream playing video games? You know, the funny thing about that is, I think you missed it when I was playing Battlefield. Like, and it's crazy, I got to say it like this. Last year, I was playing Battlefield 6. I made it to level 100. I think I live streamed, you know, a small bit of Battlefield. Um, I forgot what game I streamed on the other channel, on the gaming channel. I forgot what game it was. It was something. Tippy, I think Tippy might remember. I'm not sure. Maybe it was Pokemon. Maybe it wasn't. But I did stream something there, but it was like a little bit. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm still trying to figure out. I mean, I could stream stuff here, but I feel like it would kind of like send mixed signals in a sense, because you know both channels are technically for just, you know, the social, political, community, whatever, you know, type of thing. And you know, maybe it might send mixed signals, or you know, some confusing type of things to a lot of the folks directly out there, because we have had people before ask like, yo, what is this channel, you know, really about, and da 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 and all that type of stuff. So Sam said, yeah, my father is a black father. Leonard said, what is up? Said you nothing much, just enjoying the day, having conversations with you guys. I think my brain is trying to reset on me because I've been up since early in the morning yesterday. Sham said my dad really stepped up because my mom had postpartum and wasn't doing well with us as babies. So my dad did all the work and my mom worked. Whew, excuse me. Let me see. Dario says, shout out to the dad. That is bars. That is bars. Sham said, LOL, and he did black mom stuff like pop up at school to see if I was behaving. I behaved so well because I didn't want that beat down in the coat room. Oh man, that's crazy. Mo said watching as Seji play games is like watching the. Now this dude pulls up. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Not as anti gamer pulls up during the live stream. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Like I said, you know, be your own people. You know, it's your own people every single time. Let me tell you something. That is wild. That is wild. This man Mo ain't never seen Tippy play a video game. No, let me tell you. You ain't never seen that one play a game. Let me tell you something. You give her control share, Tippy is crashing all over the place, falling off the map. Wild. Wild work. Let me see. Dario said, I got to catch one of those streams, though. Oh, man, that's cold-blooded. Shem said, dad beatdowns are a lot worse than moms. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, that's true. Tippy said they get lifetime companions, home-cooked meals. They could better your health. A lot of men don't go to the doctor. I mean, yeah, we don't really worry about it. We pretty much pull like the shout out to Ivan Drago. If he dies, he dies. You know, it's funny, but it's true. It shouldn't be like that, but you know, guys are like, yo, it's more important stuff directly out here than worrying about my health. You know, bills got to be paid. Got to keep up this house. Got to, you know, keep up with the car. Got to do things for the family. You know, for the wife and all this other type of stuff. Like, that's normally how guys basically think about a lot of stuff. It's like, yo, there are other more important things than me. Let me deal with those things. And then, you know, everything 8 years later, the doctor's appointment is still on the back burner because we're worried about, you know, other stuff out there. It's kind of stupid, but, you know. Daryl said, true. Stop checking the yearly medical since 2023. Yeah, be like that. Like I said, and again, this is not me sitting up there saying that's the smartest thing for guys to do. It's not. This is why I've stated before. that guys should, at I think the age it should be around like 40. I think they said um, that guys go and go get their colons checked, especially if you are a black male. We are 3 times more likely than our white male counterparts to die from colon cancer. So, um, that is a real, serious thing. Then you also got cardiovascular disease and, different things like that. So, um, checkups are necessary. But again, like I said, I'm a guy and I do understand where it's like, all right, so do I take off time to get, a doctor's visit and basically lose out on money, or do I just basically postpone it, probably go on an off day, if whenever that off day is, and continues to get this money so we can, pay the rent or the mortgage or the car note or insurance ahead of time, or whatnot, whatever. You try to balance stuff. Like I said, not saying that it's the smartest thing to do, but I'm saying I understand and I get it. Tippy said, I hear a lot of nurses and old people's homes say that men wish that they had a family to visit. Yeah, like I said, a lot of men they die alone. A lot of men don't have family to look out for them. A lot of dudes, they're just there. And it'd be like that. Like I said, being a man comes with a cost. A lot of women don't really understand that. Women don't die alone, men do. I've yet to hear of a woman that basically just automatically died alone, where she had zero people that did not care about her. That is normally the story for guys. There are a lot of graves directly out there. Even some older guys right now that are just about to cross over, and it was nobody. They were just in a room, a doctor and maybe a nurse, and that was it. Be like that. Sham said, I think a lot of men, I think a lot of men like more holistic treatments than medicine. I think my dad treated. Wait. I think it skipped up. You said, I think my dad treated the doctor more like the last minute instead of calling my grandma for advice and treating stuff. Oh, yeah, I get that. Third said, it's funny how women say that marriage benefits us health wise, but women tell us to go to our mothers for love and care. The math ain't mathing. Oh, she said her voice is gone, so I need to see if it's healed. Tippy said a lot of men say that they don't mind being lonely, but when you hear sad stories from lonely elder men, they always say that they wish they would have had a big family instead of being alone. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like, wow, really, Gail? No streets. Only Gail, I swear. No straight male refers to any of those words there. Well, I mean, that's wild, Gail. That is wild. Wow, that is wild. I'm not even gonna read that one. Only Gail. Only Gail. Old school said a lot of those nursing homes are filled with women, and most of those elderly people, family members, don't even come to visit them. Dario said, it's not smart, but I had to start on the entrepreneurial path. It's a whole new world and lifestyle to run a one-man show abroad. That is true. That is true. Much respect to everything that you're doing out there, and also stay safe. Stay safe, and may with the hard work and dedication, may great wealth fall upon you, good sir. May great wealth fall upon you. Tippy said that happens though. An elderly woman was found in an apartment alone for a couple of years, and nobody checked on her. Yeah, like I said, it'd be tough. It is tough out here. Sham said, and yes, and don't eat a lot of processed meat. This is why, which is causing the cancer. And we tend to eat foods that are carcinogenic, especially if we barbecue nitrate treated food. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they say that the grill marks are not healthy at all because it's carcinogenic. But it tastes so great. That's the problem. That's the problem. Daryl said, true, and been learning how to align the veggies week. Be up that shit. Wow. Wait, this has been 4 hours? How long have I been? Yo, that's how I know I'm pretty much tired at this moment in time because 4 hours flew by like that. I knew we were at 2 at one moment, and then automatically we're at like 4:08. That was not supposed to happen. Let me tell you something. It is now 1:15. Yeah, that was supposed to happen. Old school said like, no, not the barbecue. Yeah, it'd be like that. Yeah, they said those grill marks. That ain't it. Because when you, like I said, I had a few years ago, I had a whole thing where I was looking up a lot of things that was carcinogenic. So anything from grill marks to dyes to chemicals to forever chemicals, I was on a nice little run at a moment in time. That was probably about like 2023 when I was doing quite a few of those videos directly out there. Let me see. Sham said LMAO, we kidnapped Seiji digitally. Mo said don't be blasphemous about our barbecue. Daryl said 4 hours. Wow. Yeah. I mean, the crazy part is 4 hours is technically light work, but it's been a while. Since I've done longer live streams, like 8 to 15 or 12, whatever it is. So yeah, it's been a minute. It has been normally now if I would have just sat up there and had like some caffeine or something, I've been good. But I didn't I don't have any coffee creamer, so I couldn't actually make my coffee because I wasn't trying to drink straight black. That's not going to work out at this moment. If I would have been working like some late nights and been used to it, I probably would have been good. Probably would have been good. But yeah, if I probably would have had like a caffeinated drink, like probably like some Coke or does Dr. Pepper have caffeine in it? I think it does. If I would have just like had like one of those, I probably would have been good. But it's been a minute. Mo said, Lord forgive as SEIJIHITO, he knows not what he says. Sham said yes. If you send the food to where it's a bit burnt, it can cause cancer in the colon. Yep. Gail said it's the charcoals cook with wood. I'm not going to repeat that last part. I'm so glad I stopped. I might be sleepy, but you're not going to catch me slipping, Gail. And Gail knows I'll be reading a lot of these comments out loud. And Gail and Mo always be trying to catch me on some stuff. Let me tell you something. Every time. It's always your own people. Shauna said, find it cool. It's cool. Sham says, Sunshine, I can't believe you today. LMAO. Sham said, LMAO. Yeah, that's some crazy work. Gail was like, oh, yeah, said you're sleepy. Let me sit up here and just type this directly in there. I know he's going to read this comment. Psych, nah, you ain't going to catch me like that. I might be 5% awake right now. My faculties are still there. Might be, skipping over some words and stuff, but yeah, we there. What was it? Gail said, I know I'm on one today. I was sleepy in the beginning, but now she's that is hilarious. You should be awake. It's the afternoon right now. What is it? It got to be like your day off or something. Sham said, LOL, that didn't even slip past my innocent mind. Timmy said, what does 6'7" mean? I have not a clue. That said, LOL. Wait, she said, oh, you talking about the correction from your last comment. Yeah. Like I said, it be your own people. Your own people. I expected this. I expected something like this from Mo. But nope. Had to be Gail. Just had to be Gail. Tisk. Let me tell you. But yeah, I probably I think I might be tired because I had beans, rice, and cornbread. So that's probably what's doing it. So I probably just fixed me a little bit of some iced tea and then just go to sleep for a bit. What was it? Sham said my cat is staring into my soul right now. I don't know what she wants. She either wants attention, a hug, or some treats. It's one of the three or all three. Normally, if Mickey is looking at me, he wants me to pet him like a dog. My cat is hilarious. Cat is hilarious. Like he always wants me to pet him like a dog. It makes no sense. I mean, technically, I think it's my fault, but yeah. To be said, you got the itis. Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah. But the funny part is, I ate this before I started the live stream, so I ate that food like 4 hours ago. About 4 hours ago. Tippy says, start the next video. There is no next video, Tippy. That's why we've been talking for so long with the exact same screen up. Can't even get English right. Let me tell you something right now. Sham said, yeah, you got the itis. You might as well go sleep that off. Sham said, your cat wants the grapes. I think, wasn't my cat eating on one of the plants earlier today? I think he was. Sam said, yeah, and my Mickey is swinging in his cat swing right now, trying to take a nap. He's unbothered. Like I said, that's why I love cats. Like, cats are just hilarious. Like, they'll, at certain points, they'll act like kids, and then other times they'll try to act like fully grown adults that just ignore you. It's crazy. They're real selective on a lot of stuff. Real selective. Shauna said, I'm a dog person. Yeah, dogs are cool too. But see, the funny thing is, for me, if I've said this 99 times, for me, if I were to ever get a dog, it would have to be a Great Mastiff. I like dogs that can fight bears, because if at any moment in time somebody comes into the house, it's over for them. Like that, hey, we don't need no weapons in the house. That dog is going to be sitting right there, about 5'3", sitting down, and that person is going to think that that's an actual person. They're going to turn on those lights, and then they're going to turn off those lights and walk back out the house. If not, hey, my dog got a brand new chew toy. It's over for you. It is curtains. Like I said, I'll train that dog to make somebody a eunuch real quick. You're gonna be looking like one of these what is it, priests in those mausoleums. Let me tell you something. Shauna said, don't know about cats. I swear everybody has this thing about cats, which is crazy. Cats are not bad. I don't know who it was. Cats, somebody out there gave cats like a bad rap for no reason. Gail said he freezes the screen on cleavage. He's a sexist. That's crazy. Yeah, first of all, that screen has been there for the longest time. You know, the craziest part is nobody has made a comment about that up until Gail said something. So 4 hours later, Gail be just picking up stuff for no reason. Let me tell you something. Sham said I have a dog, LMAO, and he only does stuff when I start cussing at him. Though any other time he looks at me like what you talking about? Shauna said I got 2 pits. See, I'm hearing that, and I imagine that you live in Detroit. I don't know what it is. I just feel like the moment in time somebody says that they got 2 pit bulls, I'm like, you in Detroit. I'm like, you got to be, because I can't really see this in any other state. I can't see it in any other state. Tippy says Seji wants a bear-looking dog with glowing yellow eyes. Yes. Yeah. I want a dog that fights bears, that can take them down. Yes. That is highly capable. Yes, indeed. It would be a girl, though. It would have to be a girl. That would have to be the thing, though. Sham said I got a medium dog and I can't handle walking a big dog, though I want to get a Great Dane. Tippy up here just laughing. Sham said, LOL, women usually see that stuff before men do. Shauna said, Baltimore. I forgot how to say it. Oh, man. I think it should have been like Baltimore or something like that. Like basically, like y'all roll it, y'all don't pronounce it the whole way through. It's like Baltimore. I forgot. I'm too tired to do it. Y'all know what I'm saying though. Y'all know what I'm saying. Tippy said, show it. We already played this, Tippy. Shauna said my pit has gray eyes. Tippy said, so you want a dog to tell you what to do? Oh, you got jokes. Tippy got jokes. Third, I said a dog that fights bears are illegal to own in a lot of countries. LOL. A great mastiff ain't illegal. That is not illegal. Gail said, nah, pit bulls everywhere. Shauna said, yeah. Okay, so I did have it right. All right. So maybe I'm, sleepy is all right. Even though I can see my eyelids right now. I promise you right now. Shauna said, yeah. Sham said a bull master can fight bears. Tippy said, show the dog. I mean, in a video. I'm too tired to do that, Tippy. This is at the point where I'm at my lazy mode right now. I am incapable at this moment in time of of actually doing that. I'm actually chilling right now, technically. This is why I can never afford to actually just get high. Also, I want to say shout out to any and all folks directly out there that pulled up to the video that I posted. Much love, respect, and appreciation, even though that was about like 13 hours ago. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to Gail because I saw you out there. Keith Porter was unalive, and now that in itself should get people really thinking. And he was shot on New Year's Eve. That's crazy work. And yes, deeply mad at a family. Stay away from the protest. Yeah, I heard about that too. It was somebody else that got their life taken before that woman in Minnesota. That is wild. But yeah, also to any black folks, stay directly at home. You better not be doing and going to no protest. I went to at least one protest in my life, and that was the last one. Never again. And I almost got hit by a police car, and that was on a live stream during the time, which is wild. That was wild. Like I said, shout out to the folks pulling up to that video. Shout out to the 5.5K that pulled up to that video. Sham said wolves can fight bears, but as long as they're in packs. I had half wolf, half husky growing up, and yes, it's dangerous. He goes for the throat of strangers trying to kill them. It's diabolical. Gail said peace and love. We got Gail sitting up there dipping out. This one about to go to sleep. Shauna said ice. I meant. Oh, okay, I got you. D Money, what is up? Nothing much. I'm technically trying to fight sleep at this moment in time, which makes no sense. Sham said, yes, and they're talking about sending ice door to door to check papers. Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Tippy said, do you still have it up? Wait, still have it up. Sham said, I wouldn't even open the door to them at all. Yeah, I wouldn't be opening none either. Like, yo, you just going, I'm treating them like Jehovah's Witnesses. We ain't opening no doors. We are hiding. We ain't doing none of that. I'm like, y'all gonna be talking to yourselves. We ain't dealing with that foolishness over here. But yeah, I think yeah, that's it for me though. I ain't even we're not even gonna be here. But this is a long enough video, so if anybody got an 8-hour or a 9-hour shift, this will help you get through a portion of that shift. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any and all who have taken part in the conversation. Love you guys a lot. Appreciate you guys for everything that you do, seen and unseen. Shout out on my Shout out to anybody who's a part of the membership. Shout out to anybody who's a part of the Patreon as well. Anybody who sent any type of like bits or super chat or anything of that nature. Much love, respect, and appreciation. It is currently at this moment in time 1:30. Wait, what did D-Money say? D-Money said I clock out in 30 minutes. Hey, that man about to be off and probably sitting up there, playing some 3v3. Also for any folks out there that want to watch any gaming videos and things of that nature, check out the brother right here, D-Money. Brother got a channel. Brother is sponsored. Throw some views his way. Will go a long way as well. Also subscribe directly to the channel if you're into gaming, into any type of basketball, sports, related or other type of gaming content. You can hit that brother up and look at his channel. I had something else I want to say, but clearly my mind is in the ozone layer at this moment in time. And I can't even get my normal speech together because I think that's how tired my brain is at this moment. You said getting ready for that Genshin update. Oh yeah, that's probably gonna be massive. That is probably gonna be a massive update. The funniest thing is I haven't played Genshin since the pandemic. And I'm not even sure what it would even look like for me if I even open up Genshin at this moment. Crazy work. Crazy work. Sham said, I'm going to get some B-Day stuff done today. AKA, Sham is going to go on Steam and buy some games and play those games and eat the crab legs. That is what is going to happen. That is what's going to happen. Tibby said, I meant, do you still have the protest video up on your channel? I couldn't even tell you right now. I think I might have it, but I'm not even sure how far back it was. That's probably what was that? 2022? 2020, 2022? I forgot. I couldn't even tell you the year right now. I know it wasn't 2023, so it had to be 2020 or 2022. I mean, I'm sorry. In between 2020 to 2022, somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. D-Money said, Sham is your birthday. Yeah. Yep. Sham is turning 28 today. Sham is turning 28 today. Sham was like, LOL, that's exactly what's about to happen. I got a glass of champagne ready too. Oh, Sham got the good stuff. See, I be drinking. I said dripping. Lord. I was about to say apple cider vinegar. That is not what it is. I drink sparkling cider. I'm trying to get my words together. I just need my brain to work with me for just a few more minutes, and then I can go to sleep. D-Money said happy birthday to Sham. Pink also said happy birthday to Sham as well too. Mo was like, yo, D-Money, you supposed to know this already. Oh man. Sham said LOL, it's always funny to hear that. Oh man, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. But yeah. Oh man, excuse me. Yep. This man right here. Let me tell you, D-Money is oh man. That is hilarious. This is the moment in time when Gail would have been rolling in the comment section. She would have been laughing. She would have been laughing. Sham was like, I'm finna run away now. Oh, that is hilarious. Sham is about to scatter to the wind. She's about to scatter to the wind. But yeah. I'll catch you guys in in the next live stream and or video. I'll probably have another video posted for you guys a little bit later because I think I'm probably did I actually post it ahead of time? Because if I did, that would be genius. That would be genius. I actually didn't. So later, I guess a little bit later on the afternoon towards the evening, I will probably have that video posted for you guys depending on when I wake up because I'm just a little bit too tired to even try to post a video. I don't even have the wherewithal to even do it at this moment. Just gonna be honest. But again, shout out to all of those that pulled up to the video that I did post about 13 hours ago. We got about 5.6K views and 178 comments. So, much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm happy that people can have a conversation around that topic, things of that nature. I didn't even expect that video to, even move like that, especially at like 12 something. So, much love, respect, and appreciation to y'all. Tippy said gaming stream. Tippy, I am too tired. I couldn't even do it. Shauna said peace, love, and hair grease. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Peace to you as well. Tippy said, all right, see you on Friday. Says you. Wow, that's cold blooded. Ain't it Monday today? It's Monday. So what I'm about to be in a hyperbolic time chamber. I'm about to be in cryostasis, Tippy, and just that is wild. Pink says, Seji, when you have a chance, check typing of the dead on Steam. I think I could have sworn I heard of that before. I think that was like back when I was in school, I want to say. Because I think I played it then actually. Let me just I feel like I played this before. Let me see. I swear I played this before. The Typing of the Dead, 2013. If I already got a Steam profile, they should just automatically have my information up there, which is crazy. I almost typed my age as 1967. That would look diabolical. Yeah, I swear I played this before. Wait, what? Sexual Tyrannosaurus? Yo, that looks crazy. Looks crazy. Shakespeare DLC. Yeah, then you got to try to like type this without like the looking at the keyboard and stuff too. Yeah, I'm looking at the keyboard. I would have to look at the keyboard. And it's crazy that you can play this with an Xbox controller. That makes no sense. Oh, two of my friends actually got that. That's crazy. Actually got Typing of the Dead. That is wild. That is wild. But yeah, I could have sworn I played this before though. Or maybe I dreamed it. Not even sure. Pinky said it's over fun. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I swear I did play it, but I feel like I might be sorely mistaken. Because my brain is just like feel like it's going in and out of time at this moment in time. So yeah. Let me just get out of here before I start rambling. Peace out. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. And I'll catch you in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.